Ah, hey fellas. Sorry about all that. That was absolutely embarrassing. Huh? Tell everyone to get over to the new stream. Hey, you silly billies. You goofy guys, you. You rascals. You're back, bro. Everything crashed. You good? Yeah, my computer crashed out. It's Halo Infinite. It just my poor computer. I still have a GTX 1080 Ti. I can't remember what CPU I have off the top of my head, but that thing also needs to be put out to pasture. So I guess just something that I was playing was not. Get off my screen. What is it? No. Remind me later. I activated a 4K downloader to boot up each time I start my PC, and now I don't know where to go to turn that option off. But we're here now. We're all okay. We're all safe. Let's keep talking. Let's keep chatting. Here, let me actually boost this on the socials. Halo really is finite. What do you think about how they butchered the original art style again? It's not. It's a little bit more complicated than that. I don't want to use hyperbolic language like that when describing it, because I think some nuance is required, because running in the Unreal Engine and the graphics that they have access to, and the style that they're going for is quite a bit different. Like, the Halo engine has always had this very stylized look to it, and some of the stylization genuinely comes from, like, tech reasons, like the engine just could not push a certain level of visual fidelity, but also some of it is definitely like artistic reasons. But here we go. I am live and discussing the Halo campaign evolved demo. I played it 3 times. Come ask me anything. There we go. That's good. Now I post the link. Oof. People be forgetting it's a remake and not a remaster. Sort of. But was Spartan Strike really on Steam at one point? Asks Winsonoma. I don't. Spartan Strike was on Steam. What is this? What the hell is this? Okay. You know what? We don't need that, because we have buried in my files the PC version of Halo Combat Evolved with some mods installed that make it feel more like the original Xbox release. Other games. I think I have it saved in other games. So give me a second and we're going to get the fun. We're going to get the fun going. Okay? Game tools, games. There's Project Cartographer, which we could play that. But for the sake of just chatting. Oops. That's not the one. This, potentially. Oh, is it zoomed in? Okay. Display capture, transform, fit to screen. There we go. Can you see the screen? There you go. Okay. Hey, guys. But Dad, Oblivion got new models. Well, yeah. Listen, when I said what I play, okay, let's recap, people. There's all thank you. Everybody was able to get in here. Man, okay, there's a lot of questions coming in. But Dad, Oblivion got new models. Okay, let me quickly speed run through. How do you feel about the more cinematic cutscenes? Okay. I played it 3 times. In those 3 times, I could not beat the demo. The reason I could not beat the demo is because I was shoving my face into every corner I could find, firing weapons into the sky at dead bodies and what have you, so that I could, like, figure out all the differences. I was able to catch up with Vengeful Vadim, and we both agreed that it seems to be like a Halo Reach mod, basically. Enemy AI, they all use Reach animations, Reach behavior sets. They behave like the Halo Reach version of enemies, especially the hunters. It's all one-to-one with Halo Reach gameplay-wise. For the player, there's unlimited sprint. There is a Halo Infinite style scope, where scoped weapons, you have, like the proper zoom. Unscoped weapons, you kind of get that, like, hip-fire zoom. There's no descope, and when you zoom, you get a small accuracy buff. I talked to the developers afterwards, so I was able to get a lot of info from them. I hope that things like descope are added as a skull that you can toggle, and that sprint, rather than being an option in the options menu, is turned into a skull as well, because I think that would be more fun. Basically, like, old-timey cheat codes or, like, gameplay modifiers, that you can put on. It's more fun than just, like, throwing it into the settings menu, in my opinion. And it opens the door for more skulls to be added, potentially, later on down the line. Here, is this the one that yes, okay, this is, map _ name B40? No, B40 is that. It's B30. What's going on? Do I have, like, my FOV set at some weird... Yeah, my FOV's at some, like, bizarre value, I think.
The Covenant believe that what they call the silent cartographer is somewhere under this island. The cartographer is a map room that will lead us to Halo's control center. The island has multiple structures and installations.
Are the devs open/listening to community feedback? They absolutely are. That is something, actually, that I was very happy with, is they obviously it was open. Anybody could go up and try to play it. But as you left the play booth, there was a QR code there, and the developers were there telling everybody, like, scan this with your phone, give us your feedback. And the feedback was like, what did you like about what you played? What did you dislike about what you played? What are some more thoughts you have for the developers? And they were pretty keen on, like, hey guys, scan the damn QR code, fill it out, don't forget. So they are looking for people's feedback, which is good. I think I just missed a question. Unreal Engine 5 sucks. No, Unreal Engine 5 is good. The sucky aspects of it are when it's not optimized well. For every Unreal Engine 5 game that you give me that is unoptimized, I can respond with one that is extremely well optimized. The engine simply exists. It's up to the developers whether they want to optimize. Because an engine is just a set of tools to build the game. It won't do the optimization for you, Here, I'm pulling up the chat right now on my phone because I think I saw a super that I unfortunately missed. Okay,
Area secure.
I am trying to open this. Why won't it open?
Somebody order a Warthog.
Oh, baby, you're okay. I love you.
We deliver.
Okay. Yeah, fuck you, iPhone. It wasn't letting me pull up the chat on my phone like I was clicking on the live. And get out of here. Why is it like asking me for AI feedback? It wasn't letting me pull up the live when I was clicking on it, so I went to my history and the live was right there and it let me click there. So I can open up the live. How do you feel about Halo Cursed Edition? Cursed Edition's fun. Cursed Edition's fun. I think it would probably be more fun to play with friends. Even better optimized games like Marvel Rivals and Expedition 33 can suffer from... Expedition 33 is not really well optimized, is it? Like, I've seen footage of it. It's got lots of hitching, lots of, like... It's a good game, but it looks like fizzy. It looks like someone spilled Sprite on the screen. Those aren't the games that I was thinking of. My main concern with this game is that it ends up like Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Stakes, where the new mechanics break the game. How do you feel about the Forerunner architecture compared to the original CE and CEA? Those are two very good questions, actually. So the architecture, I won't lie, when I first played it, I was like, what the hell is this? Why does the Forerunner stuff look like this? But the more I played, the more I was like, oh, this is Bungie-style Forerunner architecture. I think what was throwing me off is that I've never seen metal in a Halo game with that level of visual fidelity before. Like, you know, like you look at this and like that's not what metal looks like. You know, go outside. That's not what metal actually looks like. And what we played looked photorealistic. Like it looked like really realistic metal. And I think what they need to do now is it's like, well, good, you have the metal down. Like, it looks like metal. You got to tune the materials now. You got to get it there. Because it is Bungie-style Forerunner architecture. It's so reflective and metallic that sometimes it looks like a hall of mirrors, if that makes sense. You know? Like, I kind of get overwhelmed by the amount of reflections and shininess. I also noticed this is a fun little, like... If you come over here, do you notice this? Look at those top two. But then look, as we get down, do you see like the rust, the discoloration and stuff? The reason why is because this is a beach. So as it becomes nighttime, the tide rises and you can physically see the water damage on the Forerunner structure, as that's about how high the tide gets every night here on this beach. And I noticed immediately in campaign evolved that the metal structure just looked pristine. It looked pristine. It looked untouched, unblemished by water damage. So, yeah. In my opinion, the interiors are decent, but the exteriors are just too chrome-like. Yeah, the interiors actually looked really, really, really good. Like, I think there's a lot of, like, bad faith comparisons that are going around online. Like, not that, like, criticism isn't warranted, you know? Like, that's why they showed it off early, and they wanted people to give their feedback so much. But the interiors looked beautiful and very, very Bungie-y. I recognized a lot of familiar textures. It's just they've got to dial in the materials. They're very, very reflective, very metallic. They got to be dulled a little bit more.
Okay, let's move
The
out.
Pillar of Autumn
Let's
art
go
cut
find
in
the
half
map
looks
room that will
amazing.
show us the
Yeah,
location
some of that
of
looked
Halo's
really
control
cool, right?
center.
And I think I saw some people comparing, like, say, this here and how it looks different. It looks more like sharp in the remake, and that the thing up there at the top of the island, it kind of looks like a beam tower this time around. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to go for more, like, dramatic designs. I don't think they're changing for the sake of change. I think what they're trying to do is make things a little bit more dramatic, because in this level, the logic is that this is an island with a cartographer housed inside, you know, like a map of the entire ring. And it's an island that the Covenant have completely taken over. They've got, like, you know, anti-air defenses and stuff. So you've got like more rocks out there, like more mountainous stuff like that, and you get the sense that you're flying behind it, that you're just like barreling through all the defenses they got and just dropping as many people as you can onto the front lines. And you do get that, you know, because this is like, the Covenant have taken over the island. We got to get there and secure the map room. And it's like 15 guys on the beach. Like, that's their defenses. And the reason it's okay is because, I mean, look at the game's visual fidelity, you know? Like, it's all right. But for the remake, because it looks a little bit more photorealistic, that kind of stuff would stick out as being, like, really odd. That the best defense the Covenant can muster is 15 guys on a beach. I didn't see enough gold wall textures and purple lights in the interior. Thankfully, I did. I did see quite a lot of gold in the interiors. In fact, Rebecca got a really good video of we found it's I mean, I can literally show you it up ahead. There is gold. Don't be fooled by the recordings and stuff. Because it was also, what we played was on an OLED monitor. So the color depth is a lot richer, but an unfortunate side effect is that filming with a camera in OLED monitor kind of screws up the color balancing. Oh, my cinematic camera is all screwed up because I was filming with that.
In the cliff wall.
So all the cutscenes and third-person cameras for cinematics, they're going to look screwy. So don't worry if like a cutscene looks sort of bugged. Here, let me. I saw a couple more supers. Good questions, guys. By the way, it's asking me for more chat bullshit. Like, give your feedback on this AI. You know what? I'm gonna start giving like, I'm gonna poison the data. I'm just gonna start saying it was perfect. Loved it. Would not change a thing. Always thought the Forerunner structures mixed concrete and metal. No, they're definitely supposed to be metal. They're definitely supposed to be metal. It's texture compression as well as material shading that gives it that concrete look. But it is supposed to be metal. This is supposed to be metal. It's not supposed to be concrete. That's not to say that you should just be like, oh, well, let's do what they wanted it to look like. Because I do think the interesting paradox of a remake is that you can't actually just do what the developers originally intended. The way that I would handle a remake is you need to basically take that original game and not one-to-one, but translate the essence of it into 4K. So if the metal looks really kind of grimy, very crusty, you gotta figure out how to get this energy into 4K. And make whatever tweaks, modifications you can. Oh. I'll tell you what is weird, though, is playing Halo Combat Evolved with, like, ragdolls. Like, punching an elite, and he goes ragdolling away.
The cartographer must be here. My analysis indicates
Thoughts on the 32-round AR? The 32-round AR
Let's keep going inside.
doesn't bother me, and the reason it does not bother me is because there are new Sandbox additions to the game, and 32 rounds is a very specific number. Bungie, the reason that they did 32 rounds was for Sandbox reasons, you know? With Halo 3, there were more weapons in the Sandbox than before. So making the assault rifle a 60-round weapon didn't make a lot of balancing sense. So they had to sort of find a new role for it. So if this remake is also doing 32 rounds, then chances are it's because the rest of the Sandbox has created an environment where the assault rifle works better with 32 rounds. What bothers me more is the lack of HK slap.
Firepower to get through them.
Like, basically, I'm not, like, gut reaction, like, why is it not 60? I'm more like, okay, let me see the rest of the sandbox so I can figure out why you guys went with 32 rounds. But the one must is, guys, give it the HK slap. What are you doing?
Understood. We're still en route to the objective. I may be out of contact when we get there. Here are your orders. I want
Thoughts
you
on
to do
Cortana's
anything
new
necessary
voice?
to force your
It's not a
way
new
into
voice, it's still
the
Jen
facility to
Taylor.
find Halo's control center.
They re-recorded some of her lines, but she
We have to
sounds
get to the
fine.
center before the
I
cops-
saw some people that were like angry online about it. They're like, her new voice lines sound terrible. And I'm like, she sounds basically the same.
Second squad, ready to
Just
roll.
some voice lines are a little bit more like immediate, you know, a little bit more dramatic, but it's still, it's the exact same dialogue.
We need to find the security override to
And
get the
it's
door
not
open.
even like she's like, you know, we need to find the map room. You know, she's just putting a little bit more urgency into her voice. It's like the smallest of changes to the way that she voiced the line.
It looks like there is a path into the interior of the
Naded's in here, Brett. Or is somebody talking about Brett? Oh, Brett. I love LNG. Brett was walking around the convention center. He's like, oh, gee, I love your videos. We got to see Brett competitively play. If you guys don't know, we've got Brett in here who naded one of the OGs from the Bungie days. He competed back in the Bungie days, and it was nuts seeing him kind of like, you know, roll up his sleeves, like flex his muscles on Halo 2 in front of us, because some of the stuff he was doing was crazy. There was this one match, I think it was the final match of the little tournament that he was in on the side, where it was Slayer, and he was able to beat the enemy team. Like, it was like the final kill count was like his team was 50, and the enemy team was like 3. It was awesome. She sounds more Valley Girl. She's not like, oh my god, we need to get to the islands. she just sounds like Jen Taylor, guys. Chief, look out! There's hunters. Oh my god, your shields are down. What are you guys talking about? Like, a Valley Girl is like, I would never. Yeah, with the vocal fry. Yes. I kind of wonder if the tree was removed to make way for the 4 players rather than because of the Warthog. Oh, yeah. So over here, no face cam this time. Oh, no, because it's a mess behind me right now. I'm currently, guys, I'm sitting in a junkyard at the moment. We're building a Halo shrine that you guys will be able to see probably the next stream. Yeah, so you don't want to see what it looks like at the moment. Yeah, I guess if you guys want to see a face cam, I guess I could turn it on so you can see the. If you guys don't make fun of me, okay?
Seeing me like looking crazy.
Yeah, you're okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. We're turning on the face cam. Hey guys, what do you think of the junkyard?
Can they really see the junkyard?
Yeah, they can see the junkyard. It's.
Oh my god! Don't show too much of the junkyard.
Yeah, it's not great right now. We're still putting up the shelf. Don't worry about it though. Why am I so dark? Hang on. Let me get this light set up. Damn, you live like this? Yes. It's horror. Every morning we have to sift through the junk to find food. Because maybe there's like a bag of chips. No, we just got back from Seattle, so we were unpacking, and in the moment of unpacking, we were like, what if we also build a Halo shrine? That's why it's a mess at the moment. And so if anybody does actually join the chat and they're like, why is it a mess? Tell them I live like this. Tell them I live like this. Like, don't give them context, okay? Oh my god, I'm making fun of you. Look at that beard. Guy lives in trash.
Yo, make the face, make the face.
What face? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on. Let me fix my camera a little bit. There we go. What if I like do the Germa thing where I make the camera this big and then the gameplay is very tiny and it's in the corner? Okay. Need to call hoarders. I'd love to see hoarders try to get in. Yeah, average Halo player's house. And worry about the Shih Tzu. Where is the Shih Tzu? Oh, okay. It's like hard to find him right now because of how much stuff is all over the place. Ingenuine, not Valley Girl. She sounds ingenuine. She just sounds like Jen Taylor. It is a slightly... Yeah, we also... Yeah. Jen Taylor is exactly the same. It's because I live like this, and it brings me happiness. You guys just missed it, but a monster was here, like, not even an hour ago, and we had to fight for our life. And then I said, wow, that was quite a battle. I should stream as celebration. Your hairline is worse than last time. Is it? Am I gonna become an in real life EVA helmet? It's just gonna be like a dome. Oh, yeah, that's a good spot for it, methinks. I think that is good because people could see it. Damn, your house has monsters and ghosts? Yeah, it's like Halloween all year round in this place. If we have to, like, get up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, we have to, like, sneak past all the spooky Frankensteins. What do you think of the Halo Infinite designs for the enemies? Oh, man, we could talk about that. So the Combat Evolved remake, here, come with me to my desktop. Hopefully you guys can see it. The Combat Evolved remake, it uses, it uses Halo Infinite assets. And I don't like that. It's not like a deal breaker for me. I think it is all right. If they're gonna keep it as is, then it's like there are better hills to die on because the Halo Infinite assets are very inspired by the look of Combat Evolved. But I would prefer stuff that is built more in the spirit of Combat Evolved, you know? Because like when I'm on the Silent Cartographer Island, I don't want to be shooting at like bird jackals, you know? I want to be shooting at the ones that kind of look like lizard dog men. You know? I'm just playing. It's my hairline is as bad as the last time. Remake Cortana sounds quirkier. What does that mean? What do you mean quirkier? Is she like, oh my god, my eyes change color in the summer? What do you mean by quirkier? It just sounds... Here, let me turn it up. Okay, I can hear it. Hang on.
The Covenant believe that what they call the silent cartographer is somewhere under this island. The cartographer is a map room that will lead us to Halo's control center.
That just sounds like Cortana. I don't get it. I don't... Is there a specific line that you guys are thinking of? Because that just sounds like Cortana to me. There's a detail coming up, actually, that I quite like. Actually, I think I passed it.
We're approaching the LZ. It's gonna be hot. Get set to cut out.
Map room that will lead us to Halo's
Uh,
control center.
I think it's over here, actually. When the Marines are being, like, thrown around in the back of the Pelican, look, they're like, and Chief is completely steady. Look at him. He's, like, not even moving. As the Marines are, like, shaking and budging around. And he's standing as well. So, a little bit of context, something that's kind of interesting is Halo Studios, they hired a cinematics director who worked on, like, Forza and, like, car stuff. And it even comes from, like, film, if I recall correctly. And this is going to be the first Halo project they've worked on with this, like, cinematics director that has cinematic background properly. And I think it's very obvious because a lot of the shots in this cutscene are really, really good. It's like the unspoken storytelling, you know? Being able to see the, like, you're peeking out the window here. It's partially obscured. Like, that's so freaking badass looking. The subtle storytelling of, like, look at that. It's just extremely well done, this cutscene. And you get a better sense that the island is heavily defended by the Covenant. That they're just like, it's like you walked into like an ant nest, you know? It's just they're coming from everywhere as the Pelicans approach. It's very disorienting because of just how many targets there are. Like one of the you see the Pelican go down. Oh my god, Chief, that cave is like not natural at all. Let me see this one. I don't think that the Hunter is the one for the Infinite Hunter. I think it's new. Double check that. I will double check it. Also, you still plan to play Arc Raider still? Yeah. In fact, someone offered to gift it to me, which would be super cool. Yeah, Arc Raiders looks neat. How's the hype for it generally? Look, it's 4... Dude, I was in the room when they revealed the game 30 minutes late. The room erupted into cheers when Fohammer appeared on screen. Like, I can't begin to tell you how loud it got in that room because of, like, 1,000 autistic Halo nerds finally seeing Fohammer's face and losing their mind. It was the coolest thing in the world because even I was like, it's the fucking Pelican lady! LNG hairline devolved. Okay, that's the last one. No, that's the best one too, I think. Sorry, I was listening for a second because someone told me that was supposed to be the Halo 5 Magnum sound. It's not. It's not. I did notice, though, that is using Halo 5's animations, 1-to-1. It's all Halo 5 animations for the pistol, and I don't like it. This is using Halo Infinite animations. You're going to see in a second. Very familiar with that animation. Very familiar. Um, yo, T-Dog's in here as well. Halo is back, says T-Dog Smitty. It is back. Now they just need to show the multiplayer project they're working on. I was telling Brett that since there's no Halo multiplayer project shown off, we could just load up a 4-player split-screen campaign, touch down on this beach here, and then just start team killing each other and pretend it's 2v2. So some folks were complaining about the radar up here. Like the white is the friendlies. The radar is in the top right. I can confirm that the radar is, you can swap it down there. Like you can get the grenades up here. You can move the radar back down there. Interestingly, down here, I don't remember seeing numbers. I only remember seeing the ammo. Maybe I'm misremembering, you know? How was the Unreal Engine 5 stutter and pop-in for you? Oh, dude, the game was super unstable. It was very, very rough, what we played. Frame rate was all over the place, lots of stuttering. It was definitely playable, but it was not, like, comfortably playable, you know? In fact, my beautiful wife, you guys know, she gets motion sick very easily, and she had to stop playing because she got, like, violently ill. Because of the just like the screen shake, the terrible frame rate. And what's funny is the developers, when she was like, I'm feeling sick, the developers like swarmed her because she's like data. Like they're like asking her questions. They're like, you got motion sick? What? Because they're there for feedback, you know? And she's like right there was perfect data. She got motion sick. Why? Why did she get motion sick? What kind of features could maybe alleviate that? What point did you get motion sick? They took very good care of her, so I'm very thankful to them. Yeah. How's it going late night? It's going pretty good. Do you think Halo will ever have the scale of 5 again? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Because Halo 5, I remember being sort of like linear. At least in regards to some of its sandbox sequences. You know, like you never had something like a scarab battle. That's something also... Okay, this is something that's a lot of fun that I noticed. Boom. The explosions look really good in this. And I got a chance to talk to the VFX artist there, Forrest Baker. If you guys remember that name, he helped me with the evolution of the Jackals. And we chatted a lot about explosions and environmental reactions to your gunshots and stuff like that. And the studio is very aware and pretty much largely agrees that Halo Infinite, Halo 5, and Halo 4 were downgrades from the Bungie games in regards to visual effects. And they wanted for this remake to get like the physicality, like the chaos, the smoke and stuff. In fact, Forrest Baker is currently trying to push for more smoke basically on screen. Like he wants a shootout in a hallway to have the shootout end with just like a layer of smoke lingering around, you know, from all the weapons going off. I like how big the universe felt in 5. Oh, like the planet hopping and stuff. Yeah, don't worry. We'll get back there. It's tough because a Halo game set on a Halo ring is, you know, fairly limited. Like, even if you have different biomes, ultimately you still are just on a Halo ring. Where games like Halo 2, Halo 5, like they planet hop. So you see a little bit more of the greater universe. And I also saw some folk worried about the elites like reacting to like there isn't a shield flare. And Forrest Baker told me there that the shield effects for impacting, like the reactivity of the Elite's energy shield, is currently not in the game. So don't worry about that. Like, that's unfinished. And in the final game, the Elites their shield will flare in response to hits. What is cool though is the Elite shields when they break. It's like you can see the silhouette, like the energy silhouette of the Elite's body just like boom, like dissipate from them, and like sparks will spew, like vomit onto the floor from the source of the impact. And the Elite will be like stumbling away, and he'll have like steam rising off of his armor and stuff because the shield breaking was like, it was like an electric shock, you know? So it's cool when like the energy shield breaks and the Elites are like, you know, and just smoke and steam as they kind of like slink away to find cover. It's very cool stuff. Talking to the devs was actually so sick too. Like, they did not care what they were telling people. I loved it. Yeah, the devs were super chatty, super open. It was pretty cool. And what's cool is the Jackals don't speak English in this. They're using the original game's voice lines, you know, like the what. Actually, no, that was Halo 2, I think, where they went what. Yeah, in Combat Evolved, they just kind of like chattered.
Area secure.
Affirmative. Echo 419 inbound. Somebody order a Warthog.
Listening to you is making me less concerned about the game, but not hopeful yet. Yeah, don't worry. Like, I walked away from this feeling actually positive. And I saw some folks saying, you know, the Forerunner structures, why do they look like that? They look really bad. That looks like a Bungie-era Forerunner structure, you know? Like, especially look at those, like, rib things there. Like, dude, come on. We know what that texture is. We've seen that texture. We're very familiar with it. We got some blue lights there, some blue lights here. It's very Bungie. What I think is like, and I'm still kind of like my brain isn't like processing it correctly. Excuse me. I hope I didn't just belch right into the camera. Give me a second. Forerunner inspired courtroom in the Unreal Engine. I wanna find like some good fan art. You know, where fans try to recreate stuff in the Unreal Engine. Guess we could use this as like a boof. Sorry. We could use this like just for the sake of comparison, probably. This image up here. Oh, the sway. The new cutscenes for the Sword Zealot was super cool, almost like the Vader corridor scene in Rogue One. I just wish it was the smoother classic design rather than the Infinite model, which looks good but out of place. No, and okay, number one, I appreciate the $20. That's really kind, very generous of you, dude. Cheers. I appreciate it, man. And I do agree with you. They're reusing Infinite assets, okay? And Infinite assets are good. They're good. They're good looking. And they're very inspired by Halo 1. But they are still like Infinite assets, you know? Like, when I was playing the demo, I felt like I was fighting the Banished. I didn't really feel like I was fighting the Covenant. Here, let me... The reason that I was bringing up this is because this looks so much more physically accurate to how metal looks in the real world. And I think what they need to do is they need to get more of a like hands-on... here, let's go back actually a little bit. Like, you can see that metal in the distance. What's throwing me off is you can see there that like some of the metal is almost turning yellow because of the way that the light is bouncing from the sand up onto the surface of the metal. So it's more realistic looking, and that's throwing me off because I've never seen Forerunner structures with like photorealistic lighting. I'm used to like this stuff where it isn't very realistic, but because it's not realistic, they had more control over the specific look of it. And what I want them to do for the final game is I want them to work on those shaders that they have for the metal stuff a little bit more. That way it isn't like they drop it in the engine and then sunlight, refraction, like ambient lighting and stuff, bounce lighting, all of that just does its magic and it transforms the look of the metal. And I would love for them to actually go in and be a little bit more hands-on in how the Forerunner stuff reacts to lighting, so you can get it looking a bit more like that classic Forerunner stuff, you know? I think it's fixable. I don't think they intentionally made it like that. I think it's a side effect of the fact that they just plopped a metal structure into a photorealistic lighting model. And then that lighting model did its thing. I saw Sprint and knew this wasn't for me like Infinite. I just, mechanically speaking, Halo 3.1, and the fact I keep hoping makes me a full regurgitated slop. I just want Halo 3.1 is what you're saying. So I prefer the classic gameplay myself. I prefer it just for like pacing reasons, balancing reasons and stuff. But this remake also is not. I'm not the target audience, you know. I'm the given audience because I'm a Halo fan. But this is mostly being, so think of it this way. The Halo brand's not doing too hot, right? 343 Industries had 3 times, and all 3 were not successes. Like Halo 4 was a disappointment for a lot of people, and the multiplayer sort of flopped. Halo 5 was very divisive. Like it kind of caused like a bit of a shit show within the Halo community. That's almost one where like Halo 4, regardless of how we all feel about it, at least the core Halo audience was okay with the campaign. Like they were willing to see where it was going to go, even though we were all in agreement that it was like, this feels weird because it was the first non-Bungie Halo. You know, let's not bring up Halo Wars, please. Just for the sake of what I'm saying, please don't mention Halo Wars. Halo 5 though was pretty damn divisive. And even the multiplayer kind of, it took a while to be like, it's okay. Like, it's okay. Come try the multiplayer. And eventually the multiplayer found its audience. But, you know, Halo 5 was not like a celebrated game. And then Halo Infinite, we lived through the Halo Infinite. Like, we still remember it. You know, the scars, our emotional scars are still fresh. So Halo Infinite was not successful either. Studio is rebranded. Old leadership is cleaned out. Restructured into Halo Studios. And now this is essentially a tactical, strategic choice for the brand. What they are doing is we're going to relaunch the Halo series. PlayStation is going to open the door to a huge demographic that we didn't have previously on just Xbox. Let's start with the first story, Halo 1. And they're going to remake it. Now, what they could do is they could just give people the MCC, which would beg the question, are they going to do like what they did with PC, where they piecemeal the campaigns bit by bit and kind of like patch them and stuff like that? Like Halo Reach is 15 years old now. Combat Evolved is even older. And those aren't like new, you know, you're not going to see the MCC at the top of the charts, you know, like so much time has passed since those games came out now that it's kind of like it's cool that the MCC is now on PlayStation, but it's not franchise revigorating, if that makes sense. So what they've got to do is they got to do something that's going to turn heads and get new players keen on trying it. Because it's not just a bunch of old games. It's a new game. So they're going to retell the first story in the Halo series, and they're going to modernize it. They're going to update it. Like those kids, they like their sprint. You got to put it in there. Get aiming down the sights in there, too. That way they can trick a bunch of new people to get into Halo, and then they can slam the door shut and, like, lock it quickly before the kids get it, are like, whoa, what's going on? And I'm scared. I want to get out of here. And it's like, too late. You're a Halo fan now. And hey, probably a lot of those kids, if they fall in love with this game, they'll revisit the original. And then they'll probably eventually like the original more, or they might like the remake more, and you'll have like debates and discuss. It's like either way, it reinvigorates the Halo franchise, you know? Bunch of new players play Halo, they fall in love with it, we got a bunch of new fans. And if this is successful, they can do the same thing with Halo 2, Halo 3, and that's okay. I love you, baby. Everything okay? Okay. And if everything is golden, then the multiplayer can kind of become its own independent package that they release and update, and the campaigns can kind of like run in their own, I was going to say run in their own swim lane, but that's stupid sounding. You get what I mean, right? Let me read some of this. No, it's not. It's a 343 era Forerunner structure. It's only a Bungie structure if it matches exactly 1-to-1 with the original game's geometry. Also, hi, says Helios. Yeah, basically. It's the Bungie Forerunner architecture is a style that can be replicated. Like, this is not the same building that was at the beginning of the Silent Cartographer, but it is a new Forerunner building built in the Bungie style. Like these textures, I recognize them, specifically this one here. I remember it very well, this pattern here. It's just, it looks very odd because we have not seen metal, Forerunner metal, with this level of visual fidelity. And I think they can tweak the materials on it to get it a little bit more familiar. There was this thing that I saw where someone actually took geometry from Combat Evolved from the library, imported it into the Unreal Engine, and got like metal shaders and like did all the, you know, material work and stuff. And it was like unrecognizable as the library, even though all the geometry was exactly the same. And it's because the metal was more, the metal and the lighting was more reactive, and it just completely transformed the look of the game. So I think this is all fixable. You can get that thing looking a little bit more familiar. Give me Y2K Metal Heart aesthetics in the menu, load screens, and promos, and this remake is peak. Oh man, hang on. Basically like this kind of energy. So this is a still I pulled from my evolution of Halo's Magnum. I made this, by the way. Okay, this is not something you can find in Halo Combat Evolved promo material. I made this as well. This as well. And this as well. Like, this is the kind of energy that I see is missing currently from the remake. And I'm not saying, like, why isn't the game blue? And why doesn't it have, like, random little, like, text things? No, it's, what I mean more is, like, the shell of the game doesn't have, like, that Y2K, like, techie, metal hearty, you know, energy. Somebody's going to say Frutigo Arrow or whatever, and no, Halo 1 was not Frutiger Arrow. It never was. Somebody discovered that term and thinks that means all early 2000s aesthetic is Frutigo Arrow. And no, it's not. Does Halo Combat Evolved look like a bubbly, happy, sunny, bubble, clean beach thing? No, it doesn't. Sorry, that was a very weird rant that I just went on. 2000s are back. Yeah, Y2K is back. So, oh man. Here, you know what? Let me pull up. I just downloaded it. I had someone actually record. Is this it? Hang on. Yows, that was loud. Okay, I had someone follow me with a video camera. And okay, it's recording now. Yep. Okay, there we go. I got it. This is what the main menu looked like. This is from the friend who followed me and recorded me. And I went about the main menu, took a look at basically everything and stuff. The background is like monochrome, kind of like it's got like a color filter to it. It's like, hey, that's cool, you know. There's some like lines here, like that's cool, but it's modern looking. You know, it is modern looking. Like that looks like Halo Infinite's UI, you know. And I feel like it's a big missed opportunity if they, especially now that like Y2K Turn of the Millennium is back in fashion. Kind of like how the 80s were the craze back whenever Stranger Things came out. It would be a very big missed opportunity if Halo Studios, like they're like looking out the window, you know, and they see all these kids like walking around in their super baggy jeans, riding skateboards, you know, and talking about how cool flip phones are and like the iPod. If they're like looking at all of that, and then they just like pull the blinds and continue working on a modern as in like 2019 like clean techie UI. Like they right now Y2K is in fashion. It is the perfect time for them to tap into that energy and for them to be like, or we can design our UI so that it looks like a 2018 game with clean minimalism. And it's like, you guys are going to miss the boat. I think that they got to go with the Y2K UI style. It would be very out of touch for them to just like let that go. It's right now is hot. The UI is fine. The UI is fine. Like, where is the media player? This does not look bad, okay? I see somebody saying the UI looks ugly. It doesn't. It doesn't look ugly. Like, let's be careful not to be hyperbolic. If the game releases and the UI looks like this, well, it's fine. That's fine. That's fine looking, you know? It's good. It's readable. I can find stuff. It's going to be easy to navigate. But it would be a missed opportunity if they didn't design it in a Y2K style. It would be very disappointing if they just went with this aesthetic style. It would not ruin the game. It would just be a missed opportunity. Here, you guys want to see something cool? So I've got right here for my editing stuff, like Halo 5 references. And you can see I've got like random screenshots of just things that are Halo 5-y. That way when I'm editing my videos, I can make sure that I'm like following kind of like the design language of each game, you know, to make it like accurate. Here is my Halo 1 references thing. Paint. No, photos. What? Okay. See, I've got a lot of stuff in here that just reminds me of the look of Halo 1. Like the aesthetic style, just the design language and everything. Some of this isn't even Halo related, but it reminds me of Halo 1. And what I see a lot from the remake is not a lot of like this energy. And I'm not saying that the game has to look like this. It's more that the shell, the packaging, the UI stuff, they got to channel this kind of energy, right? Yeah, this is my private, I don't know, mood board, I think they call it. I personally think we should probably worry about your time period aesthetics and focus on capturing the essence of what was there rather than feeding off of nostalgia. Yeah. So in my opinion, Halo 1 is a game that is not... There was no Halo, okay? Halo 1 was the new Bungie game, you know? It didn't have anything to look back on to design itself around. It was just like, here's our new game. We call it Halo. And it was designed with what was cool at the time. And because of that, Halo 1 is extremely early 2000s feeling, late 90s, early 2000s feeling. Halo 2, I'd say, goes even further than that. And that's what gives Halo 2 like that, just like that sex appeal, you know, as my wife calls it, where Halo 2 just feels so fucking badass. Like, Halo Combat Evolved is a video game about the early 2000s. The aesthetic, the sounds, the design of the UI, all of that. Just, like, you know, you turn on that original Xbox and you get sucked back into the early 2000s, and you're eating, like, Pizza Hut, and you've got, like, baggy jeans, and you got, like, a shitty band shirt with holes in it, you know? Limp Bizkit. To remake that original game, you can't just be like, it's a game about Halo 1. We're very inspired by the first Halo and only the first Halo. Like, no, you've also got to be inspired by the early 2000s. Because a lot of that went into making Halo what it is. And the remake is very inspired by the original Halo, you know? Like, hey, look, the assault rifle. That's the plasma pistol. You guys remember the Magnum, right? Grunts. Everyone loves grunts. I don't see a lot of Y2K, though. I don't see a lot of early 2000s influence. The UI looks like the Halo Infinite UI. Sound design, very, very modern, very 2020 feeling. Not that it's like, guys, they need to make it feel like an early 2000s game. There can only be 32 distinct sounds playing at any given time. Then the engine should freak out. Like, I'm not saying that. It's more, hopefully you guys catch my drift. Here, let me scroll up a little bit. Here's Andrew. Thing is, I get the impression that the UI is going to be consistent across all future remakes. Will people still want the Y2K aesthetic slapped into the Halo 4 and 5 remakes, UIs, especially their fans? What I would want is for the UI to not be consistent across the remakes. What I'd want is each UI to capture the games that they're remaking, you know? Because by Halo 3, the Halo series here, let me actually just pull up my mood board. If you guys want to see what my Halo 2 one looks like. So you can see Halo 2 went even crazier. Like, Halo 2 feels like what they thought computers were going to look like in the far future. Like, I want each remake to have a UI and aesthetic that fits the game. And you can see with, like, Halo 3, they began to sort of, like, some of those, like, techie stuff, you know, it's starting to vanish. It's starting to get a little bit more, like, filmic looking. They started to lean more into the, what would you call it? Like mid to late 2000s, like, Hollywood look. And then by the time of Halo Reach, that Y2K influence was gone completely. Just like me, for real. I have a whole archive of just Y2K era Halo stuff for inspiration. Rythes, Beans and Eggs, and V Nanan are all on it. It's become an obsession. Yeah. Those are all fantastic artists who just they understand as well. They've actually, you know, credit to them. They were like the firsts in the Halo community. Well, we're all still like, my favorite Marine is the one from Halo 3. I think that should be the look going forward. While we're all like doing that, they had a bit more of like a nuanced analysis of what the different Halos looked like across the eras. What do you think the 3 bonus missions will be? I think it would be cool to see Chief fighting on Reach with Johnson, or maybe Fred or Kelly. I don't think it's going to be Fred or Kelly, because it looked like they were pulling on Bungie cut stuff, right? At least some of the storyboards. What they probably do is they probably pull on. I'd imagine that they want to do stuff with characters that are in Halo Combat Evolved, right? Maybe a little bit of world building, like you'll probably get some mentions of Blue Team, but I doubt it's just going to be like Master Chief is with 3 other Master Chiefs running around, you know? It's a bummer how many think Fine is a good bar, says Kyle Parkhurst. Fine's okay. Like, Fine is okay. I think that's a fine bar. It's a good bar. It's fine. You know? Bad would be a bad bar. But fine's okay. Why are we so against things just like being okay? Like being fine? Like, obviously, it's because us Halo fans, we want things to be amazing. But I don't think that there's anything wrong with fine. Fine isn't a mess. It's just, you know, it's fine. Could be a little bit better, but it's fine. What's up with all the hyperbole? Why is everything got to be world-shattering? It's okay to have fine things. It doesn't need to ruin our day. Every time period has a different idea of the future. Remember when Back to the Future 2 thought everyone would have fax machines? 4 fax machines in their home as a sign of wealth? Yeah. Or how they thought that in the future, like gigantic data pads would be like, here, take a look at this. And it's like a gigantic data pad. And it's like, dude, like, We've got this is more powerful than my home, like my family computer was in the early 2000s. Like this brick thing has more power in it than our family computer did back in the early 2000s. Vector Heart, search up Gen X Soft Club and Vector Heart. Those are the aesthetics that, in my opinion, closely match your definition of what you keep Visini calling Y2K. Here, let me look at Vector Heart. Sort of. This is not quite. Not quite, because this is almost like jet set radio. Like Y2K is just a term I use as like the era, you know. But it's good that you mentioned that I should probably specify. This is closer to like a jet set radio, in my opinion. Then what was the other one? Gen X. This is close. This is closer. Look like this. I would say make it a bit more subtle. Like a bit more subtle. Like tone it down just 5%. But this is basically it. In fact, I'm going to save this image. Let's throw that in the Halo 1 reference. Yeah, this is pretty much it. Thank you actually for saying that. This is going to help a lot with the video that I'm doing. Okay. Metal Heart is more akin to Halo. Well, Metal Heart is like the aesthetic of the original Xbox. Like the original Xbox's UI is basically like this, right? But there's definitely aspects of Halo 2 that pull from Metal Heart as an aesthetic, you know? Honestly, don't want Y2K vibe. You can recreate the feeling while still modernizing. Oh, well, that's what we're saying, right? Like Doom 2016 and Eternal don't copy the 80s exactly. They modernize it. I don't think Doom 2016 or Eternal tried to capture the 80s, right? They tried to capture kind of like the satanic panic. Like 90s, right? Because the 80s was like metal and rock. But Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, they were going into like industrial almost. They were getting like really close to the 2000s, like in terms of just like how angry a lot of the music felt. I was thinking Mirror's Edge. Mirror's Edge is graphic realism. Yeah, this is like graphic realism. I don't think that this is what Halo looks like. Graphic realism is cool, don't get me wrong, but this is not what Halo looks like. Yeah, Halo's very much not this. Graphic realism is a really cool aesthetic, though. The Jet Set Radio is called Grind Fiction. Like the super, like almost like a graffiti punk, or no, graffiti punk is an aesthetic already, right? Okay, I got you. Like that super scratchy, really rough, very counterculture, you could say. Graphic realism, so that's what it's called. Yeah, here. Graphic realism. Like same kind of aesthetic that the new Bungie game is going for, you know? Yeah, it's that like extremely realistic lighting in artificial feeling locations that don't have a lot of detail, and there's kind of like an emphasis on like branding elements, you know? It's like lots of like plastics and stuff like that. It's a very like very interesting aesthetic. Search them up on the aesthetics wiki so you don't get random vector images of Love Heart's old Halo UIs. Defo combine Vector Heart and Gen X Soft Club. Gotcha. Yeah. Man, we're still on this aesthetics wiki. Aesthetics wiki. Okay. Let's go. Continue to cite. Yes. Vector Heart. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, see, that's still not like Combat Evolved to me. Okay, you know what? We're getting a bit close. You know what? I see it a little bit. I see it a little bit. The littlest of little bit, like here at least. Let me go up then. What is it called? Gen X Soft Club? Some of these aesthetic names are just so weird. Are we going? Oh my god, the whole... I should have probably said, like... I try to avoid going on the wikis because the entire computer chugs. For some reason that I can't fathom. There we go. I just had to end the task because Google Chrome was just like, oh my god, I can't handle this website. This website's a mess. The style you said looked like JSR equals me. What? What's that's an equals, right? JSR equals me. That guy? Are we talking about that? This guy? He's Halo 1? Or am I just totally misunderstanding and misreading what you said? Mayorski's grind fiction video was a good one to watch. Okay. I'll give it a look. I found this cool video that was breaking down the new skate game from EA, which is apparently not good at all. It's like the typical like giant corporations still are struggling to catch up with the fact that it's not like the 2010s anymore, where like the ironic humor, the very upbeat, very bouncy, very clean. Like people are pretty damn miserable these days, man. If you try cracking a Tony Stark like joke, you know, like, I just downed a bottle of water. And by water, I mean a green tea. I don't drink coffee anymore. It's like you're going to get punched in the face because people are in bad moods. You know, people don't want to hear you being an asshole. And the new skate game lacks that, like, I saw somebody use the term gentrified is what it feels like. Because the original skate game, it was very dirty feeling. You know, like the whole city in those games felt like an alley. You know, lots of like debris, or not debris, it's not a war zone. Lots of like clutter. It feels like the city streets weren't being cleaned. You know, lots of graffiti everywhere, lots of like grime, lots of yuckiness. You know, like if you licked the floor, you'd catch a disease. And like everyone looked just like, you know, they had dirt under their fingernails. They had like baggy jeans with rips in them and stuff. But then in the new skate game, it's like happy and sunny. And it's like, hi, I'm your AI assistant. Ready to shred? It's like, ooh, that's not, oh my God, no. The new skate feels like everyone involved is in a human resources meeting. Yeah. Sid Mead's, do you think Sid Mead's art style is similar? Let's check it out. No, not really. Not really. Like, even though this looks like a Halo-y environment, the aesthetic is not. Yeah, no. Sid Mead's art kicks ass. I've seen it before. I couldn't remember the name. Like, this aesthetic kicks so much ass. I love it. It's like the stuff that you'd see on like in a used bookstore for a sci-fi novel written in like the late 60s, you know? I love this aesthetic, but this is not very Halo-y to me. Yeah. Here, let's get back to Halo. Let me grab an energy drink very quick. I'm going to get an energy drink, baby. Okay. Oh, okay. My wife is going to get it for me because she's a sweetheart. Hey, Hey, were any of you guys at HCS Worlds? If any of you were, shout it out, dude. Friend. Because that was a lot of fun. I think I put it on the ground. Oop. Don't forget about my hunters. Yeah, we got to take a look at the hunters. Need more room to type. A few aesthetics back, like Metal Heart maybe. You said the images resemble Jet Set. Looked more like Mirror's Edge to me. Oh, okay, gotcha. I love you, baby. For those of you joining, my wife is currently working on setting up our Halo shrine while I stream. Oh, I forgot to shake this. You're supposed to shake this, and I already opened it. So we're going to gently swirl and hope that that does it. Yeah, wife, somebody's saying. Hell yeah, Rebecca. Hell yeah, Kitaboga. Yeah, Kit Boga rocks, dude. Yeah, I watched Digital Foundry. They were a lot more negative than I was. Yeah. What they were mostly negative about, though, was the performance of it. Like the frame rate issues and stuff. Which is understandable.
There were plenty of people from other countries there.
From... not Outpost. Yeah, there was like somebody from Germany. There were folks from... Yeah, Australians, Swedes. Yeah, there was even some Latinos from Mexico. Like, it was awesome, dude. People love Halo across the globe. And it was cool meeting, like, all the different people. The biggest issue was that the assault rifle was 35 rounds short. It was not 35 rounds short. What are you talking about? The 32 plus 35 does not equal 60. Palm the top and shake it? Oh. Oh, that's way smarter than what I tried to do. Yeah, this is working much better than my plan of very slowly swirling it without spilling. Okay. Ew, now I've got like a juice hand. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that worked. I'm a bit bummed about the juice hand, but it got the job done. I brought up Sid Mead specifically for his spaceship designs, looking just like frigates. Oh, okay. Well, Sid Mead, I think it's less about the designs, and it's more about the way that he presents, like, his art. Like Sid Mead has a very beautiful aesthetic. It feels almost like if you were to think of, if I were to say the height of the Roman Empire, you know, or Roman aristocrats in a bath, like that's what comes to mind with Sid Mead's aesthetic. There's just something very, very beautiful, very royal about it. So, okay. Out here, let's talk about out here quickly, okay? Okay, Combat Evolved. We got it back. This is not the correct environment. This is not the correct environment. Here, I know I'm supposed to be fighting and shooting and hooting and hollering, but
Well, there's the entrance to the
oof.
substation,
Okay.
but it looks like we'll have to look for another way.
Okay,
out.
this is... I was going to walk all the way over to the... to, you know, this spot, but I don't think I have the time to. You know what? We do. We do have the time to. Because watch this. Game speed. Oops. Game speed 10. Request function game speed cannot be executed now. Why? Dev. What's the command that lets me game underscore speed? Is that not it? Maybe just speed? I can't remember the command to I can't remember the command that speeds up the game. Oh, you're playing the OG PC version of Halo Combat Evolved. I'm playing it with the Xbox mod to restore some of the missing visual stuff. How often do you think about the Roman Empire? At minimum a week, every week. Like once, you know, a week. New here, what do you think about the two responses from the two original developers of CE? Where one was more positive while the other was more negative. Well, the more negative one came from Jamie Griesmer, and as the guy who designed, you know, like the Sandbox and the combat loop and stuff, I'd imagine that he's way more critical of it. Where with Marcus Lato, he was more of like, you know, art director, big vision kind of guy. So it was two different perspectives, for sure. Let's go up here, though. If the game is launched in dev mode. Okay, maybe I didn't launch the game in dev mode. Here, but let's come back up here for a second. Okay. So look at this floor texture. You see the way it's like this, you know, like the vent here, and then the kind of like, I don't know what you call this, pentagon thing here. Like, and it's repeating. It's repeating across the whole thing. You know, you've got this repeating Forerunner floor texture. And then, if we were to go over to the remake, you can see that it's different. Very different. And this is like an example of the tough line it is to bring a game into 4K. Because this is most certainly not what the old version looked like. But the reason that I think they made this artistic change, if you notice, a lot of the line work is like going inward, and if you were to follow the lines, they would be taking you to that entrance, you know? So it's very, very subtly guiding you, the player, because of the directions that the lines are like flowing into. But also, I think because in 4K resolution, this would look bad. Like a flat surface and then this repeating grill texture thing, just over and over and over and over and over again with no variation, and just like this little border, you know? It looks fine in Combat Evolved. Like, this place looks freaking awesome, you know? But in a photorealistic environment, this would come off as cheap looking. And it's one of those things where the reason that this environment and this floor texture look great is because of the visuals that it's been dropped into. And if you were to put it just in a photorealistic lighting environment, you'd lose that aura that this place has. So they had to make some tactical art changes to this. And get off the screen. Why is this here? I don't want you. Okay, there we go. Just for art purposes, they had to change up the look of this environment so that it didn't look like they were lazily repeating floor textures over and over and over again. In hindsight, you might have missed my second ever super. Oh, let me look. Don't forget about the hunters. Yeah. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. Let me find him. How far back was your super? I kind of find it funny how you and others have vocally complained about the AR mags having 36 rounds instead of 32. Now the latter has returned, yet people are now pissy about it not having 60 rounds. Yeah, I know, there is a little bit funny. And there is something a little bit funny there. And now I'm like, I'm okay. Like, I've chilled out on that, you know? I will say part of like the tiniest, like if I feel like my opinion is very measured about this, right? Like I'm not being too crazy, right? If I'm allowed to be petty though, because I've been a good boy and I am allowed, like, okay, late night, you can have your petty opinion. And I'm like, yay, yay, yay. Okay. I am so happy that it's not 36 rounds. If it's got to be between 36 and 32 rounds, I'm happy they went with 32 rounds. Fuck the assault rifle having 36 rounds per reload. That's the battle rifle's numbers. If you wanted the assault rifle to have 36 rounds per reload, you should also give it a burst fire mode, give it a scope, make it more accurate, and change the name to battle rifle. The assault rifle should have either 32 or 60 rounds. Okay, there we go. Okay. We're done. Okay. That little bit of like, I'm going to be immature and petty and venti about silly things that no one cares about. That time is over now. I do, though, joking aside, genuinely believe the reason that they gave it the 32 rounds is because there's something in the sandbox we haven't seen yet that kind of fills the close range bullet hose. So my opinion is it's got to be either the SMG or the Sentinel beam. One of those two. And the way that they balanced those two prompted them to make the assault rifle a 32 rounds mid-range weapon. That's what I think. Now you're wild. 60 rounds is... It should have 60 rounds. No, I'm not... I didn't say 60 rounds. I said 36 rounds. I think that the Combat Evolved assault rifle should have... Could? Why did I type could? Did you see that? Why did I type could? I have no idea why I started typing could. There you can see here, 30, like, that is the number. That looks normal to my Halo brain, an assault rifle having that ammo count. Same with if you change that to 60. That looks wrong. Something in my brain is, like, sending out, like, signals, like, something's wrong. It doesn't look right. And it's like, why's it got 36 rounds? That's not the amount of rounds an assault rifle should have. An assault rifle should have either 60 or 32. That's battle rifle. Why's the assault rifle got the battle rifle number? That's like the silly part of my Halo brain. It's an older post, don't worry. In the post, I was mainly pointing out the disparity in reactions between those who played the campaign at HCS and those whining about inconsequential garbage online. Some of the whining I do think is justified, and that's because, like, the people that whine are, like, giving, like, valid things. You know, part of the reason that they showed it off this early is because they want feedback. Like, after we played it at the HCS, there was a giant QR code thing, and the developers were like, scan this please, and it was a link to, like, feedback. Like, they wanted critiques, they wanted nitpicking, they wanted player feedback. It's the way, you know that meme of, like, the Homelander, you know, like the superhero guy, and he's like, yeah, he's just like... And it's like that feeling when somebody made a point you agree with, but they said it in such a disgusting way that you hate them. That's basically it. A lot of the people online where it's like, you're right, but you're being such an asshole about it that I disagree with you just because I'm so annoyed with you. That's the way some folks have been acting online, where it's like, guys, can you, like, talk normally? Can we, like... They're not trying to, like, hurt you, I promise. What if it had 30 rounds? That would also be terrible. That would be bad. That would be very bad. And I can't even tell you why it has to be 30 or... No, I can tell you. It's because those are the emotional memories I formed. It's because I was a little baby when I played Halo, when I had 60 rounds, and then I was older when I had 32 rounds, and my brain was still forming at those times. So now in my adult brain, I'm like... there's things about the world. When it rains, the ground gets wet, grass is green, the sky is blue, and a Halo assault rifle must have either 32 rounds or 60. Let's keep going. This is something cool, actually, that Rebecca noticed while she was playing before she got too motion sick. The Warthog, as you're driving around with it, it actually deforms the dirt and the sand. So it makes tracks and stuff. And then if you run around on the ground, depending on the surface type, you can actually see at the bottom of the screen, like, dirt being kicked up. Like, if you sprint across the beach on foot, you can see just at the bottom of the screen, like, Chief's boot is kicking up sand, which is pretty cool. And there's like these weird crab things. Like, right there is a starfish that we found. Right there. There was like the starfish that we found. Rebecca also found like little fishies in the water that you can like chase. Like, because she got motion sick, she had to slow down. And so she spent a lot of time like searching for the pretty things, you know? Like, she noticed as waves form and they impact things like rocks over there, there will actually be splashes and stuff like that. Like, the water looked great. Well, I'm more partial to the 60-round assault rifle personally. I absolutely wouldn't balance it in a strictly CQC SMG role it had in Halo CE that people are demanding. What role would you put it in then? Because the plasma rifle is at least in Combat Evolved, it's the automatic weapon that is useful at medium range, but it's slow firing and harder hitting. If you were to take the Combat Evolved assault rifle out of that, there would be nothing as like the close range, widespread bullet hose, you know? And that's kind of the issue that Halo Infinite ran into. And that's why Halo Infinite had to add in the Avenger SMG. Because that meant that, like, fast-paced combat wasn't really a thing in close range. Like, all of the weapons were too slow-firing. They were too... most combat was spent at medium to long range. Sorry, my voice is very fried. I hope the energy sword is rare so it feels more special. I'd imagine it is going to be rare because it's only going to be golden elites, right? It doesn't make sense for there to be wildly new designs anymore. The whole franchise will benefit from set-in-stone designs that fit every game across the franchise. Do you mean like this is now what the Marines look like, and they will look like this in every single Halo game? I'm not sure if I agree with that, because then every Halo game would look exactly the same, you know? Anybody think we'll get new combat forms? Maybe. Maybe. At least new behaviors. Oh, crap. I forgot. We were looking at my my recording. Or the recording my friend took for me. Yeah, so this is me playing. And I'm deliberately playing it, like, badly. Because my goal is not to beat the level. what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give you guys a good look at some stuff while also minimizing the blur. You know, of whipping the camera about too fast. Like I hate in a lot of the gameplay footage, they're just like, they're moving so fast all the time. They're constantly sprinting. I'm trying to be as slow as possible, leave the enemies alive for as long as I can so that you guys can get an idea for what the game looks like, you know? See, you can like see texture quality because I'm not trying to like rush through it. You can see the AI behaviors. Something that's really cool I noticed is the level of blood is back. I've seen people saying like, it's been toned down. It's not as violent as it used to be. And it's as violent as it used to be. The difference is the blood splatters are a little bit more, you can tell that it's more complicated, the way blood now splatters on the ground than it used to be. Because in the original games, the geometry was a lot simpler. Like, it was like, here's an open field, and it's flat. There's no variation, no dips and grooves or anything. It's just flat, and then it goes at like a 30-degree angle, you know, and then goes down at a... So when blood would splatter, you had lots of flat surfaces for it to lay across. Where in this game, the geometry, you can see that it's a little bit more... There's higher poly count, I guess you would say, right? It's a little bit more complex. So blood fills in places a little bit more complexly, you know? If you're on a flat surface in this game, it does look a lot more like Combat Evolved. But there's a lot of blood, which made me very happy. Like you can see there, I'm like spraying all over the place and the grunt's blood is splashing behind him, in front of him and stuff like that. And if you actually get close to the grunt blood, the glow is actually picked up on your weapon, which is pretty cool. Hey, Neo's in here. Guys, this guy, if Halo Studios wants to continue like Halo-style music, like from the Bungie years, Neo's the guy that they have to do, because Neo gets it. If you played like the Alpha Moon, he did the soundtrack for it, and he went out of his way to use all the same styles and even technology that was used to compose the Halo 2 soundtrack. And Alpha Moon, as a result, it sounds musically like Lost Halo 2 music. It's so good. And it would be a big shame if they just didn't reach out, you know? I imagine the AR is 32 rounds because they'll most likely include the Sentinel Beam the same way. They're bringing the energy sword. That's what I'm thinking. They deliberately picked 32 rounds, and in, you know, the same way that Bungie picked 32 rounds due to the sandbox they had created. Like, I'd imagine that this was a balancing choice. I imagine the AR is 32 rounds because they'll most likely... Oh, I already read that. I'd hybridize the AR's role for close to mid-range, while also making the SMG a hybrid silenced SMG automag that fires semi-auto, while zoomed and can headshot. Well, what do you mean by mid-range? Because the Combat Evolved assault rifle is also like mid-range. It's not like ideal for it, but if you burst fire, you can definitely, like, you know... Here we go. This was me. You can actually... Here, I'll raise the volume a little bit.
Structures like that. Yeah. It doesn't.
Here.
It looks very Combat Evolved, does it? It doesn't have the Bungie design language. It's got the Halo Studios design language.
Yeah. And I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it more dramatic.
Yeah, you can hear my little commentary. I'm talking to the camera guy, and dude, the camera guy that worked, he's so awesome. He was so awesome. Like, I freaking love him. And he got me this footage. I was telling him here, I was like, in the original game, you can actually see the water line where the tide rises, and the metal is like worn because the water rises to that point each night. And then here was me showing him that this reload, that's just the Halo 5 reload animation for the Magnum. And I'm like, well, I mean, you've seen my my evolution of Halo's Magnum, so you know I think that it's a very stiff looking set of animations. They're clearly trying to make it a little bit faster, you know, which fits the Halo 5 combat loop. But I think they're stiff feeling, like that pistol flip. I think that the original Combat Evolved pistol flip, it's like very fluid feeling. It's slow, and if their intention is to keep fast animations, I think they could speed it up, or they could make animations that are a little bit more fluid feeling while also speeding it up, you know? I don't think they have to just use the Halo 5 animations, because for the pistol at least, I don't like the Halo 5, Halo 1 pistol animations. They don't really feel in the spirit of Halo 1. There you can see it's the Halo Infinite sprint animation for the assault rifle. And that's because it's using, you know, Halo Infinite animations. Halo Infinite sprint animation, because, you know, that's probably what this is. And then he pointed this out, which I actually thought was pretty neat. Do you see that? You can see like little things along the ring. And the only time that I remember a Halo ring being depicted as having weird monolithic structures was Halo 5, the Warzone map, right on Apex Legends. What's it called? Apex 7? Here, let me show you. No, I can't get a good look at it. For real? Oh, maybe? Damn it. Okay. I can't find any good images of it. But this Warzone map also has a Halo ring that has like those like weird circles, those like structures and stuff on them. So when I got back home, one of my plans was to actually see if they're reusing, Skybox assets from Halo 5 for this. Because it might also explain why the ring looks so thin compared to, or so fat and thick compared to the original. You can see there, that's Halo Infinite animations right there. Which, that melee is good, you know. But that animation is good for everything. Same with the reload and stuff. But I saw people clowning on the design of it. Because in Halo Infinite, the needler not only has physical needles that you can count, you know, for ammo, it also has a little LED like display back here that shows how many needles you have on top of the HUD. You know, so people were memeing that this gun tells you 3 times how much ammo it has. And my response to that is, guys, if it didn't bother you in Halo Infinite, then I don't think that you're complaining in good faith. If your issue is more that they're reusing the Halo Infinite design, then that's a bit more valid, okay? But this was how it looked in Halo Infinite. No, they did not give the Combat Evolve... No, they did not give the Needler an ammo counter. Halo Infinite did. And this just happens to be the same design from Halo Infinite. They're adding 9 weapons to the Sandbox, 5 of which have been confirmed. Yeah, the fuel rod gun, the sword, the BR, the needle rifle, sentinel beam. Betting one of those unknown 4 will be the SMG and maybe the cut flamethrower. That's what I'm willing to bet too. That's my theory on why they went with 32 rounds. It's because the SMG might be in Hell, they might even try doing like tie-ins to what's that arcade cabinet called? I can't. Fireteam Raven. They might do tie-ins to that, and that would be their way to get the, you'll fight along ODSTs. So that might be how you get the SMG. Who knows? Wait. There is a leak of all the new weapons. I sent it to your Discord DMs. They have the Brute Shot and Excavator. Oh my god, the Brute Shots. Then Brutes are going to be in the Combat Evolve. Brutes. Dude, at HCS, there was a very funny little bit where they had on a TV, someone made basically like a chicken fighting pit. And they were, like, dumping AI into the fighting pit in Halo Infinite. And they had us all standing there, and they were like, okay, one side of the room will be on the side of this AI. The other side of the room will be on the side of this AI. So everyone would, like, move across the room. So they'd have, like, grunts versus jackals. And, like, everyone would, like, shuffle to the side of the room, for the creature that they're... And they're like, all right, guys... Let's hear it for the jackals, and everyone be like, jackals, and let's hear it for the grunts. And it was just like a bunch of Halo nerds being meatheads. And Rebecca got the funniest picture of us. And video, like, we look like children. Did you post it on Twitter? No, I'm gonna. Okay, if you post it on Twitter now, I'll show it on the stream. It's... so funny. Like, all of our faces are hysterical.
What should be the caption? I love the passion.
I love the Halo boys, or the Halo boys are silly. What do you think?
Okay. I'm thinking the one that was the funniest.
If you want to sit on it till you can think of something great, you could just send it on Discord. Okay. She's looking for the funniest picture. Reach brutes suck to fight. They're just the Halo 3 brutes. It's like same AI and game logic. Let me see. I'm looking for this leak you said. Which Discord is this in? Is this in the private Discord? I'm looking. I don't... maybe it's in Halo chat. Let me see. I think that leak might just be for future remakes and or the multiplayer project, since it also listed guns like the Elephant and Spectre turrets, which intrigues me is the Cut CE excavator weapon is also listed. Interesting. You posted it in the Patreon server yesterday. Okay. Was it like a data mine? Is there like an image, or is it just like a, hey guys, here's a list? Oh, she posted it. She posted the image. Okay. Oops. Here's the lovely wife. Okay, here we go. There we go. Look at this. Look how silly we look. Open image in new tab. Look at all of us. That we're watching a chicken fight. between hunters and brutes here. And the side of the room that we're standing on is the brute side. So we're all sitting there like smiling and how do I fix? We're all sitting there like hoping that our monkeys win. Fletch, I think, is my favorite. Look at him. Look at him. He's like we're watching. We trapped 2 hunters and a bunch of brutes in a room together, and we're having a big chicken fight and hoping that like the hunters or the brutes kill each other. That's what we're looking at just off screen. We look so silly, don't we? And then she also posted the video. Here, you want to hear our chants? We're so silly. We're so ridiculous. Here, I'm going to Fletch. Your face, dude. That's funny stuff, right? The CEA weapon sounds bother me a lot. Do they have CEA weapon sounds? I don't recognize a lot of these sounds. This is something interesting I noticed. When you overcharge the plasma pistol, it like rather than opening like this, it opens like that. Did it always do that? Or am I just like misremembering? The plasma rifle is using the Halo 5 animations, at least for overheating. But this sprint animation, I've never seen it before in a Halo game. So where's that animation from? Is that maybe the next Halo project? Like that is Halo Infinite sprint. But that I don't recognize. Yeah, we were looking at the Marines. They're Halo Infinite Marines. Which Halo Infinite Marines look cool, but they're not exactly, they're not Halo 1 Marines, you know? And what is nice is you can team kill again. And if you kill too many of them, they get very upset and they start shooting back. Like, look at that. Look how much he's bleeding. There's, like, blood all over the place. Look, see, now they're trying to kill me. And they actually get me. Look, see? They killed me. Like, team killing's back, which is cool. But, okay, at this point, we got the 5-minute warning. And I haven't even left the spawn area because I'm too busy, like, goofing off and obsessing with details. Rebecca was further along in the level with me. So the camera guy, I was like, go over to her. Go over to her. See what she's got. Because she's in a Forerunner environment by this point. Now he's like fiddling around with his camera, trying to readjust the auto focus. But what's kind of cool is the visuals are so realistic looking that his camera was like, it was treating the needler and the background independently, which was kind of interesting. Yeah, but look, there's some gold. Whoever that was asking earlier for gold, there it is. See, do you guys see those Bungie textures all over the place? This is definitely Bungie-style Forerunner stuff. It's just we haven't seen Bungie stuff with this this level of visual fidelity, like the super realistic, physically accurate material shading for metals and the way that light reacts to metal. So it transforms the look of the metallic surfaces. Because that's how metal is in the real world. So you almost have to work harder to make the metal look like it did back then. Yeah. Look, there's like a Halo Infinite jackal and stuff. And you can see there, especially that walking, like, meh, and then they just like walk away. That's from Halo Reach. That animation. Like, all the enemy AI are using Halo Reach animations. Yeah, you see all the blood coming out of him as I shoot him? I hope we get mod tools for this. Well, what's nice about it being the Unreal Engine is it's not really up to Halo Studios, to 343 and Microsoft. People are going to mod this anyways. It's good looking, right? Like, the visual fidelity is extremely good looking. It was very, very pretty. And you could see there is fall damage, and it's handled very much the same way as Reach. I specifically jumped off the edge here because by then Rebecca gave me the controller so I could grab some shots that I needed. I jumped off the ledge here, and you can see that it looks a lot like the inertia and the momentum looks a lot like Reach. Yeah, but I was positive. Like, I was positive with what I played. And that's why I'm very interested in the things that I think could be improved, such as the UI, because I think things like the UI as well as the creatures and the models being used, because I think we're nearly there, boys and girls. I want to be. Come on, it's not just a boys' club. Oh yeah, and Rebecca got she got taken into the Women of Halo group, which was really cool. That was very fun to see. Here, let's look at this playthrough, because this playthrough is probably a little bit more. Yeah, there. Do you see there as the Elite's shield is down? Look, he runs away behind cover over here, and you can see the cloud of mist following him because his armor is like misting and smoking and stuff. And then here's the very silly moment that people memed on, that it's Combat Evolved's musical timing is so precise that the guy sprinting down here broke the musical sequencing. So he ran so fast that the horror stinger wasn't able to play properly. Yeah, but hopefully you guys recognize those Reach animations now that I pointed them out to you. Like, look at that. Look at the blue blood on the door. Look how cool that looks. Are you thinking that all these Infinite models are placeholders? So I see a lot of people saying that as a confirmed thing, and guys, speak up about it, okay? Because we don't know if this is confirmed. And if we don't speak up, and this is their plan, then they're just going to stick with it, you know? There were... When I was giving feedback on Halo Infinite, there were a lot of things that I assumed were placeholder things, so I never gave feedback about them. And then they made it to the final game, and I was like, shit. Like, that was the plan. Damn it, you know? So, don't take anything for granted. You know, if you don't like those Halo Infinite assets being used, speak up about it, okay? And don't talk down people who are speaking up about it. The point of this is for feedback. But also don't be an ass, about the feedback. Like that one guy, like, Lamau, they put a ammo counter on the Needler in the Combat Evolved remake. Did you get closer to the Jackals at any point? I can't tell whether they're unique models like the Hunters or are reused from Infinite. The Hunters are Halo Infinite Hunters, and the Jackals are also Halo Infinite Jackals. Like, exactly Halo Infinite Jackals. They are exactly. Let's get a good look at the Hunters. Hang on, let me I hope this doesn't destroy the stream. Yeah, that's just a Halo Infinite Hunter. Wait a minute. Come on, get close. Look at the bodies. You know what? The torso looks a little bit weird. Hang on. It could also be that they're using reach animations, so they're taller and they stand at their full height more, where the Halo Infinite Hunters are just like permanently turtled up. Like the Bungie era Hunters were a lot more physically expressive. In Halo 4 onwards, they would all be permanently hunched over. So it could totally be that it's the Halo Infinite model, and what's throwing me off is that they stand taller. Okay. Open image in new window. My little Shih Tzu is snoring. He's on. Here, let me put that here. Are there any official screenshots of them by any chance? Oops. Ah, no. So it looks like the same shield. There we go. That's good. See there. Well, albeit it is a new shield. Hang on. Let's look at reach. I say Halo Reach Hunter, and the first thing Google does is it's like, here you go, here's a Halo 4 Hunter. Oh, did you mean a Halo Combat Evolved Halo 2 Hunter? Perhaps a Halo Infinite Hunter is what you're looking for. Okay. Yeah, it's more inspired by the Reach design then. The best one I can think of then is Halo 2 Anniversary Hunter. Let's see. Because I know that that's like that was made in the Reach style. But, and it is an original model. They did not just port the one from Reach. Open in, gosh. I am pressing all the wrong keys. Yeah, you're right. Interesting. It is new then. Yeah, it's a new model. You're right. Yeah, or at least it's a new shield. I gotta get a closer look at the body. The shield and helmet are different. Okay, I'll look at the helmet then as well. That is a good Thank you guys for not backing down, okay? Because I thought it was the Halo Infinite Hunter, because I was looking at the legs, and those are very similar to Halo Infinite's. Here we go. There's a good shot of the back. So let's see if it's a Frankenstein model of some kind, you know? Like they pulled a bunch of different ones. Because he's got like a little battery thing. There, that's good. Yeah, this could be an original model. Damn, that's cool. I'll reach out. I'll reach out to some of the folks that I know and see, like, if it is like some weird Frankenstein thing or if it is definitely a from the ground up new model for the Hunters. That's cool. Okay, I'm going to pay a little bit more attention to them now because they look great. Uh-oh. How does my mic sound? My microphone, how does it sound? Is the audio good? Have I fixed the problem? Do I need to fix my microphone? It's fine. Pretty crisp. Still bugging. Okay, I'm getting a lot of confirmations that everything is good. And then the occasional still cutting out. Most likely fixed. Okay. Bugging out for me still. Try resetting the stream? Yeah, try resetting the stream then. Maybe something weird is going on YouTube. Okay. Let's keep going then. I think people are trolling. Can we toggle aiming down the sights off? We cannot at the moment. But what I would really like is for it to be a skull. I think that would be a fun skull. Because while we were there, we were told that sprint is going to be a toggle. And I pushed very hard to the developers to not make it a toggle, make it a skull. Because I think gameplay modifiers like that are more fun than it just being a thing in the options menu, you know? Because it also adds room for them to add more skulls later on. Like, okay, let's have a skull that makes, like, no more aiming down the sights. You can only zoom with scoped weapons. Let's have a skull that disables your ability to sprint. Then we can start going further with some of the weird ideas. Let's have a skull that makes it so that you don't have energy shields, ever. Like, you don't have energy shields. You're squishy. You're like a Marine, you know? Let's have a skull where elites are permanently enraged. Let's have a skull where all Covenant projectiles are hit scan, just like UNSC ones. Let's have a skull where everybody dies in one shot, including you. Like, it's fun. Skulls could add a ton of variety to the game. And I think skulls are something that Halo has neglected for a very long time. Like, we've got our I Would Be Your Daddy skulls, you know, we got our bandana skulls. Like, skulls that we're starting to get very familiar with, very comfortable with. But, like, I'd like to see more. Skulls have just been where they are for so long, and I'd like to see them blow up a little bit. I have so many skull ideas for Halo Infinite that I'm sort of like really sad that I never gave them earlier as feedback when it was still like actionable, because they were at a stage in development where things like that could be considered. Like, remember before, you guys know how I hate when jackals and grunts have the ability to melee the player, because in my opinion, that's antithetical to their game design. Like, the grunt and the jackal is the creature that you do want to get close to. So giving them an ability that discourages you getting close to them is like, it's like bullshit, basically. Well, all of those problems would be solved if there was a skull that made it so only elites, brutes, and hunters can melee. Like, there you go. Problem solved. It's a skull now. And people who don't like sprint, make it a skull that disables sprint. People who don't like aiming down the sights, make it a skull so it's classic zoom. People who maybe want something that's a bit more hectic and crazy and milsim-like with instant deaths, make that a skull too. There's so much variety that they could add by taking the concept of skulls and expanding it to just general gameplay modifiers. And I'd love the community to start speaking up a little bit more about less stuff in the options menu, less toggles in the options menu, and if it's something gameplay related, push for it to be a skull. Because that would be a lot of fun, like stacking a bunch of skulls to create your perfect Halo gameplay experience, you know? Oop, excuse me. How about a skull that enables a developer commentary? That would be awesome. That's a fucking great idea. A skull that makes little like nodes on the maps, and if you walk over those nodes, a voiceover from the developers starts playing, and it's them explaining the development process of that specific area or something. That would be awesome. Yeah, so these hunters are all using Halo Reach animations and Reach AI behavior. So this is the most fun that I've had fighting hunters since 2010. It's easy to dodge. You can do that classic hunter dance, you know. It's not like Halo 5 and Halo Infinite where combat grinds to a halt. All the pacing is just stopped abruptly because they're way too tanky and they're not that fun to fight. They don't feel like infantry troops. They feel like mini bosses. That hologram looks pretty cool. I saw some people clowning on it and wishing that there was a bit more green. And yeah, I agree. There could be a little bit more green, you know? It's all blue for some reason. What do you guys feel about this cutscene? What do you think about that cutscene? I don't mind that cutscene. It's definitely more cinematic. It's a little bit more foreboding, you know? But it's so cinematic. What I liked about the original cutscene, if you guys remember what it's literally like this shot, but the camera is on the right side. And then it like orbits over to the left side. And the elite basically like comes out and he's like looking around for you. Because it's kind of like, where is he? Where is he? Did he just unlock the door? And it felt very fast paced. And it felt more rooted in the game world. Like you felt like that was the enemy AI, you know? This feels narrative. And I'm not sure if I, not sure if I like that. I feel like it could be a little bit more grounded in the gameplay. But I'm not sure if that would look really janky and goofy because of how incredible the visuals look. Like, it would be too gamey, for lack of a better term. And that stuff does matter, by the way. Because when you reach a certain level of visual fidelity, like, gamey things look really awkward and out of place. There's this snap zoom in Halo 3 that looks really, like, gamey and kind of awkward. It's aura, but it feels a little too much for what it's supposed to be. Okay, yeah, I can definitely feel that. It's a little too dramatic and cinematic. To the point where it is presenting like a narrative cutscene, rather than letting you know that that door is open and that elite is looking for you. Like, this is dramatic as hell. And I feel like you could probably just have the door open and then the elite maybe like, and then take out the energy sword and start walking to the camera and then fade to black, Something that's cool. This is cool. Forrest Baker, visual effects artist. Forrest Baker, friend of the channel, visual effects artist at Halo Studios. Not to brag. When I was talking to him at Halo Studios, something that I told him a while ago, he mentioned that they're pushing for the game, which I'm so happy. Like, I tend to ramble a lot because I get excited and I info dump a lot of shit. And I'm so happy that he remembered what at least one of the things I told him, which is I mentioned to him in Halo 2, the elites, like the glowing, the lights on their armor and stuff, it's glowing. But when their shields pop, it starts pulsing. Well, their shield, almost like an alarm on their armor. Like, hey, fucko, your shields are down. And what'll happen is when the shield starts recharging, they glow really bright hot and then like cool down into a subtle glow that they then sustain until the next time their shield breaks. And he said, like, hey, that thing you told me, I think we're going to be able to get it done. Like, the elites, they're doing work to make sure that their lights are reactive to the status of their shield. And I'm like, oh my God, thank you. Check the members Discord. It's definitely new. Okay. I've got it booted up right now. Oh, this is a awesome picture. Okay, that's the new hunter. Yeah. Yeah, it is new. That's cool. I like that. I like the look of that. Like the Halo Infinite Hunter, don't get me wrong, that thing also looks badass. But so does that. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, I see it. I don't know. Which one do you guys prefer? I feel like the Hunter gun doesn't... I can't tell if it's just a simpler model in terms of its design or if it is genuinely lower fidelity. But I feel like the Infinite Hunter cannon looks a little bit more detailed. It could just be the style of the cannon's design. I don't know. What do you guys think? I better be able to disable the lens flare. What? Wait, hang on. That's what you took? Those itty bitty tiny little streaks. You want to disable those? Like, that is so much. Like, can't see. Gotta take out the magnifying glass. Those are lens flares I gotta disable. That looks cool. It's subtle. You can see it. People, modern gamers really do go into their graphics options and they're like, lens flare off, motion blur off, bloom off, textures low, shadows low, lighting low. Why does the game look so flat? Brightness, all the way up. The game has no aura, no atmosphere. That was new. Hang on. That's new. That is not in Halo 5 right there. Look, that adjustment. Okay, so those animations might be placeholder then. You know, it's interesting because in some, I think the second time that I played the demo, that animation there, it's hard to explain, you know, because you guys are basically like, I'm up on a stage and I'm like, and now my impression of reloading a Halo assault rifle. The assault rifle, it would sometimes, you do the Halo Infinite reload exactly, but then he'd like, you know, like the Modern Warfare 2019, like, now I'm done, get in my shoulder. But it was only in the second time that I played the demo. The third time, it was back to looking exactly one-to-one like Halo Infinite. So I do wonder then if some of these animations are placeholder or if they're going back in and like modifying them, you know? The game looks too good, looks too pretty. That's like the Battlefield Friends episode where like a PC snob joined their game. And he's like, the graphics are very bad. On PC, we've got superior visual quality. And the noob is like, I think it looks better on console. I don't like the PC. The graphics are too good. And look, what do you mean the graphics are too good? He's like, I don't like it. It's too pretty. Too much graphics. Like, that's what that reminds me of. It's He's like, the console's better. It doesn't have as many graphics. Yeah, like right here. Hang on. That little itty bitty lens flare. That's like, where's the options menu? Gotta turn it off. It's fine. It makes the game look a little bit cooler, a little bit more cinematic. I don't get it. Like, motion blur, that's one thing. I leave motion blur on because I think it makes games look cooler. But things like lens flare, it's like, listen, unless you literally cannot see, like it is in your face taking up half the screen, like just like a little accent here or there to enhance and exaggerate a light source, add a bit of a cinematic look to the game. Like, it makes the game look a little bit prettier. More I think about it, the Magnum looks like a Halo 3 Magnum. Well, the Halo 3 Magnum is, the Halo 3 Magnum looks a hell of a lot like the Combat Evolved Magnum. It's just like a little bit skinnier. and a little bit longer. Like, the Combat Evolved Magnum is tall and short and fat. The Halo 3 Magnum is short but long and skinny. That's the way that I can describe them. They're the same mold, but they've been like squashed and stretched in different ways. This, though, it feels like a weird middle in between. There is fall damage. Worst thing, in my opinion, is film grain. No, film grain's fine. Film grain is fine. It's awesome, actually. It totally depends on what you've got the setting, set to. Because, like, film grain is one of those things where you've got to dial... You can't just film grain max. Then, depending on what your screen is, it can either look fine or it can look like... It can make the film look... It can make the screen look like someone spilled Sprite on it, So, depending on your monitor, a certain level of film grain can actually look good. Because what it does, what it helps with is shadowed areas. It makes them look less flat by adding the tiniest of movement in them. It gives it that cinematic look. If you got it too high, then your whole screen looks like broken. Too off, and the image looks a little bit like flat from a post-processing standpoint. So it's like you've got to, even if it's 5%, or 3%, just a tiny bit, it can actually do wonders to make an image look a little bit more filmic. Film grain does not belong in video games. You don't belong in video games. All graphics will be tied to skulls. PC, therefore, will have the most skulls. PC wins again. That is... That's... Oh, that's good. I like that. That was funny. That's funny. Let me scroll up and make sure. PC's gonna have the most skulls because graphics are skulls. Suck it, console. PC wins again. To be fair, CEA gave unique animations for the Elite in that scene, though he was still stumbling around like a stunned mullet. Wonder if the Marines will still show up if we park a hog there. Oh yeah, in Combat Evolved Anniversary, they made the terrible, terrible mistake of mocapping that Elite's animations. And obviously they did touch it up because you can't just throw raw mocap data into a game. That's not how motion capture works, okay? In most cases, mocap data just helps the animators, and a lot of it is thrown away because they don't need it after their work is done. But yeah, the Elite in Combat Evolved Anniversary looks like a guy in a mascot costume. He stumbles out and is moving like a person in a mascot costume. It looks really bad. How do we feel about the Magnum grip not being part of the magazines anymore? That's how it was in Halo 3, and it didn't really bother me. I think it's okay. I don't feel strongly about it, is what I should say. If it comes back, if there are people that are willing to verbalize that feedback and it gets implemented into the game, I will be like, damn, good job, guys. But I'm not the one who feels passionately enough to argue about that, I would like that because that's more like Halo 1. But I also think the pistol looks fine without it. No need to worry. Lumen render quality is enough noise for everyone. LOL. That is something about what I played. It looked like lots of sprite. Lots of sprite. If fire happened on screen, it was sprite. Shadows were very fizzy and bubbly looking. I definitely hope that image stability is improved. In my opinion, it's weird that they put this level because it's the one that might have bothered people the least in Combat Evolved Anniversary, but they have a lot they have to get right with respecting levels such as 343 Guilty Spark. The reason that I think that they chose this level is because it has the most amount of variety and it's the prettiest level, arguably. Like, it's, you got a beach. Okay. You got ground combat. You got vehicle combat. You got ground combat. You got vehicle combat. There's hunters. There is a beach. There is a forest. There are Forerunner interiors. Yeah, that's 6 things. That's all I got right now, but I'm sure other people could find more. It's just like the perfect way to and also the distance between encounters and it's the most like demo friendly level in Halo 1. If they were to do Assault on the Control Room where you like start in a cramped Forerunner interior and it takes you 10 minutes to get outside and then you're outside for like 30 minutes, or the first level where literally you're just in a ship that's exploded. Like, this was the best level to do for variety's sake, What's your take on the color palette? It's very realistic looking. Like very realistic looking. There were times where, not to quote Halo 2, but it looked like a postcard. Rebecca loved the way it looked. My wife, she loves pretty things. And the game looked pretty. Finally, a Halo game that can compete graphically with Infinity Nikki on max settings. But what I think is it's going to take people some time to adjust just because we haven't really seen Halo in like a photorealistic environment before. Cool random detail. In the final cutscene, green lights near the assault rifle's muzzle dim when Chief removes his finger from the trigger. Interesting. I've never seen the final cutscene. Because I never beat it. The demo. I was too busy, like, goofing off. Here, let's see here. Let's see the... Do they dim? I don't think they dimmed. I didn't see them dim. Yeah, I don't see them getting any dimmer. I see the lens flare is changing and distorting due to texture on the camera. Like there is dirt on the camera lens to give it more of that like cinematic look, the cutscene. And I see the lens flare is warping due to that dirt. Like, you can tell that the cutscene director this time around has experience with film. It's really good stuff. And apparently, look at that. It's good stuff. I caught up with some folks, and apparently the cinematics director, when he was hired at Halo Studios, he was like, all right, guys, like, I saw all your work in Halo 4, Halo 5, and Halo Infinite. It's decent, but it's sort of weak. and there isn't a consistent cinematic style. You know, every single Halo game that you guys have produced looks different cinematically. The Bungie Halo games, you could see that they were learning and building off of the prior Halo game. Like, Halo 2 had a little bit more direct control over assets, animations, and stuff. There was a little bit more polish. Halo 3 was even further, and it started to do interesting things with snap zooming and different fields of view and stuff like that. ODST took all of those lessons from Halo 3 and, like, perfected them. Excuse me. Halo Reach maybe is the most different of them, I'd say. In my opinion, ODST has the best cinematics direction of any Halo game. I think ODST is just like every single frame is like screenshot worthy. Oh my God. Hang on. Born too early to explore the Earth. Born too late to explore the cosmos. Born just in time for Halo on PS5. Is that you? That's why is my brain blanking? I'm like having a low blood sugar. Why is my brain blanking? I know who you are. And it's good to see you. Maybe. Do you think you could get me a cheese stick? Yeah, like my ears just did the bing, and they're ringing a little bit, which means, low blood sugar. God, this is embarrassing. Thank you, baby. Yeah, very hungry. Didn't eat a lot today. Tiny green lights at the front, not the big one. Okay, let me check. Okay, lights at the front. Oh, I see. Yeah, look, they turned off. Is that a bug, though? Let me see. He takes his finger off the trigger. Okay, it might have been intentional then. Mr. Nowhere. There we go. Just, I don't know why, like the name memory part of my brain just like crashed and had to reboot. Yeah, Mr. Nowhere. Mr. Nothing. Mr. Nothing. Well. Mr. Nowhere, it's good to see you, dude. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the $50, man. I'm sorry that you had to see that whole cartoon circus. It's good to see you, man. How you doing? Did you see the new Halo reveal? We're actually watching and commenting on it right now. Yeah, it can't be a bug. That's a little bit too specific that those lights turn off. We're going through it right now, the cutscene. Excuse me. I'm eating a secret snack. That chief model looks great. I saw some folk asking why he's got the pouches on his hips. Because in the original Halo Combat Evolved, he's got the pouches on his tummy. He's got like tummy pouches. And I assume the reason that they did that is actually for practicality. Because the reason that you can have like the tummy pouches in Halo Combat Evolved is because the whole game, everything is clipping into itself. You know, it doesn't matter. Like that's just what games looked like back then. But if you saw this guy sit in a chair and lean forward, the tummy pouches would be clipping into his chest. So if you wanted to maintain like realistic visual fidelity, then you'd have to move them to the sides so that he can have more flexibility and mobility. Campaign Evolved is super campy in my opinion. I love it. I love it. So it's Campaign Evolved is very clever because it sets a lot of expectations. So Campaign Evolved, got it. It's the campaign. Campaign Evolved, got it. It's not just a graphical update. It's an extension of the original campaign. And Campaign Evolved abbreviates to Halo CE because it's Halo 1. I think it's clever. Campaign Evolved? It's better. What would they call it? Halo Combat Evolved Remastered. Halo Combat Evolved Remade. Or just Halo. I saw somebody unironically say it should have been called Halo Combat Revolved. And I'm like, no. No, that's bad. Hey, LTN. Is LTN Luke the Notable? Hello, late the night. Have you heard of this little indie game called Halo? I think you'd really enjoy it. I have heard of this little indie game called Spartan Survivor, which came out today. Oh, I'm feeling much better after that little snacky snack. Got a little bit more energy now. Halo, Combat Evolved, Rebirth. Guys, it had to be Campaign Evolved. There's just like, there's nothing that doesn't sound stupid. HUD discussion. I love how they've merged the numerical and bitmap-based ammo counters. I wonder if you'll be able to toggle between one or the other. I'd love for you to be able to toggle between them. Maybe make it a skull. A skull that reverts your HUD back to, like, the classic HUD would be super cool. I got an idea for the title. Halo Combat Perfected. Well, see, that would just start arguments, and then it would unfortunately change the subtitle to Halo CP, which would invite a lot of memes. So they're not going to do that. Are we going to start saying Halo COE and Halo CAE to differentiate them? No. I'll probably just start saying Campaign Evolved. Halo Remake, you know? Halo, back with a vengeance, this time Halo guy is angrier than before. Could you imagine that on a box? That would be awesome. Campaign Evolved already causes arguments. Well, everything causes arguments. People argue about what the best color Master Chief's green should be, dude. Halo Combat Evolution. At that point, why not just Evolved? Evolution is like, you know, the same word. Halo Remake is what we're all calling it, to be honest. Yeah. And I mean, that would be a terrible, like, could you imagine something so low energy as the official name? Halo Remake. Like, that's just on the box in lowercase letters. Halo Campaign. I'm calling it Halo 26. I'll keep asking, how did the assault rifle feel to use in the demo? It's hard to say, to be honest. And the reason why is because the hit marker is gigantic. And I couldn't really see what I was shooting at. Like, I'm not being, like, Guys, Call of Duty, the hit marker. And my head explodes. Like, I'm not being like that. I mean, because of the visual fidelity of the game, like, the lighting is insanely realistic. So when the Covenant jump into the shadows, because of the OLED monitor I was using, it was like I was firing into the dark. And because of the low lighting environments in certain areas, sometimes all I saw was a big hit marker. I couldn't get a good look at the enemy behind the hit marker. I could probably say that it felt a lot like Halo 4's. You know, it was pretty accurate. Campaign Evolved is fine by me. I like it, says Monty Ricard. Hey, buddy. How you doing, man? And yeah, I completely agree with you. Chief leans down and crushes the ammo in his pouches. Yeah, if you were to do that. Covenant crate are small. Why that? Yeah, the Covenant crates are a little bit different. I'd love to see more in-depth HUD customization. We've seen moving the ammo, grenade counters, and motion tracker to different corners, but I want more. Yeah, I agree. That would be nice, because it's right now one thing that moves all of those HUD elements. Like, it's, do you like it the way that we've designed it, or do you want to switch it back and all the stuff moves on its own? Like, you can't granularly put the HUD elements where you want them to be. The skybox should have been more bluish, more deeper in color. Watch Bacon Media's remake of the Silent Cartographer cutscene. Here, let me see. Actually, it's been a while since I saw that. Gosh, has it really been over a year? Here we go. He forgot. Guys, even the Halo fans are not immune to it. Look, you can't see the water line where the tide rises. Gosh, that Elite looks very good. Very pretty. Very slow, though. Could you imagine if this was what the cutscene was like? Or was that just like a preview? New title, The Ring. The Halo Combat Evolved remake is just called The Ring. Oh my god, we still haven't seen the Pelicans yet? Come on, go, show the Pelicans. Oh, we did see them a little bit. There we go. Very orange. Very, very orange. Okay, hang on. What? Okay, we're on this side. We're on the left side of the Pelicans. Boom, now we're on the right side of the Pelicans. And we transition over to the left side of the Pelicans. Okay, we're on the left. All right, we're sticking with the left. We're rising up to get it. And now we're on the right of the... Because that's the wing, and it's like traveling that way, right? And now we're back on the left. And now we're on the right. So there's this thing called the 180 rule, where it's like if you... Here, you know what? When you're filmmaking, there's this thing called the 180 rule, and it's just for the sake of, like, you know, making a coherent, like, making, you know, film easy to follow and stuff. The idea is if you got your subject, there is a line, and do not cross the line. Stay within 180 degrees of the line. And if you want to cross over to the other side, you've got to establish that. And you see in a lot of, like, even like my old videos, when I'm trying to be cinematic and stuff, it's like the jackal is running to the left of the screen. Now the camera is on the right, and it's just like you don't know. You know, a Marine is shooting, like, he's shooting this way, and then cut to the jackal, and he's also shooting this way, when it would make more sense to be shooting this way. Yeah, it's the 180 rule, it's called, and it's a little bit hard to follow what direction the Pelicans are flying in, because the 180 rule is constantly being broken. Some of these shots look like a Michael Bay film. Yeah, like the heat haze. And then the glint coming off of the metallic surfaces, it definitely does look like the Bay films, and that's not a disparaging either, by the way, because those Bay films, like Michael Bay knows how to shoot vehicles. Here, hang on, this was actually good. Okay, it's all right. Like, we're still respecting the 180 rule. Okay, now some of the cuts are starting to get a little bit... It's a little bit hard to follow. Lighting is awesome, though, in this cutscene. Just look at that. Look at the reveal of Chief's visor when the Pelican door opens. There's Faux Hammer. That's great. That shot there. That's awesome looking. I almost wish that just lingered, you know, let it fully come down and touch down and hover there for a little bit and then fade to black. Level starts, you know. I actually didn't like this one because it was so drawn out. It's gorgeous but timed poorly. Yeah, it needs editing. Like it's definitely like lots of awkward camera angles, awkward camera cuts. The timing could use a little bit of touching up, but it's like somebody who has a knack for a cinematic eye. Someone who has a knack for a cinematic eye. What am I talking about? Somebody with a cinematic eye made that. It's good looking, you know? Was it just this? I could have sworn that there were more that were made. Here's the maw. Here, I want to see the crash. I'd love to granularly adjust all the HUD elements around, arrange everything across the top and bottom, placing things in the center, edges, and corners. Yeah, that's what I would like as well. Part of the reason Halo Infinite didn't allow for a lot of HUD customization, you know, like being able to move the weapon cradle around, is due to weirdly enough just issues with the Blam engine. Like, its HUD was never really designed for that stuff. Mighty Donald, good to see you, man. How have you been? What are your predictions for the 9 new weapons? Well, I know the battle rifle, needle rifle, sentinel beam, and one fuel rod gun. Fuel rod gun and energy sword were confirmed. Apparently, it's also leaked that the brute shot and the excavator are going to be there. That would make how many? 7? So there's got to be 2 more. I think probably the SMG, right? And then 1 more. Why is your YouTube on bright mode? Can you not change it on the PC? Well, the reason, okay. Part of the reason it's on bright mode is because I'm not a morning person at all. I have a really hard time getting up. And even when I'm up, I'm sleepy for like hours. So it's like a flashbang, basically, to wake me up. You know? It's like I turn on my PC and like, wake up, you stupid. Like, it's time to be up and work. It's just there to help me wake up. I think the brute shot leak is a misunderstanding. Okay. It might be a misunderstanding. What about the flamethrower? Yeah, the flamethrower is a good call. Flamethrower is a good call. Let's go back to the playthrough. Truth and Reconciliation is my favorite level in Halo CE. It's one of my favorites. It's one of my favorites, too. I'm actually very excited to see how they tackle that. Very pretty level, too. Like, one of my core memories is because when you're young, okay, I should establish. It's a core memory because I was young. You know, a lot of us can empathize. Hey, turns out when cool things happen while you're young, they stick with you. So when you're young, I feel like nighttime is very, very special because, like, kids go to bed at reasonable times, right? Like, they're not up and active at night. That's when the adults are up and active. So, like, nighttime has, like, this like, allure to it, this mystery, you know, this, like, magic. So being a kid and playing Truth and Reconciliation, it's like, oh, it's set at night. Like, it's night, we got flashlights. And then, you know, Undercover of Night starts playing. And it's just seeing, like, the ring stretching into the sky, seeing the purple of the Covenant anti-gravity thing. In fact, can I see that painting, baby? Or the picture? Yeah. Look what we got at the HCS. It's that iconic moment from Combat Evolved when they all start flying up into the Covenant ship. Yeah, it's cool. Dude, just drink coffee. Have you considered becoming addicted to energy drinks? Well, here's the problem. Well, okay, just drink coffee. I do drink coffee, and I'm sleepy. So I drink coffee, my heart rate is elevated, and I'm sleepy. So I'm just like, boom, 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 and my eyes are still feeling heavy. You know, same with like energy drinks. I don't know, it like affects me different. Like I could drink a cup of coffee and I could then just get into bed and fall asleep, you know? Like it helps me focus, but it doesn't alleviate the sleepiness. I've never tested having back-to-back cups of coffee though. So maybe I just like my tolerance has raised and I need more coffee. Coffee is disgusting. I think you're disgusting. That's not true. I can't even finish that. That's not true. I think you're lovely. I really hope they add the Rocket Hog, specifically the cool gearbox design with the triple-barreled spanker turret and the black and yellow color scheme. Yeah, the gearbox rocket turret or Rocket Hog looked freaking awesome. That's badass looking. And look, it's got a spanker rocket launcher in there with 3 barrels. It might be too like cartoony looking just because of the black and then the bumblebee yellow, you know? It might look a little bit cartoony, but I think it looks cool, man. I freaking love this. This version is like the definitive Rocket Hog to me. Did the Needler have the melee with the needles? Yeah, the Needler is using Halo Infinite's animation set. So, yes, it does have... Or do you have apnea? Feel like you're not getting good rest. I do have sleep apnea. I randomly wake up a couple hours after falling asleep, and my heart rate is like boom, 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 and I'm like wide awake. And then I like have to like settle down my mind to get myself to fall back to sleep. And then when I do wake up in the morning, I feel like I haven't slept all night, which is, you know, and Rebecca says that I snore really heavily. So I probably do have sleep apnea. And my dad, my dad has one of those, CPAP? Yeah, CPAP machines, because he has sleep apnea as well. Yeah, we probably need to get mine figured out, because it's not like good for long-term health, right? Sleep apnea. But like, I don't want to be like, hey, I'm 29. I have to go to bed every night, like taking my pills, putting on my, you know, like my oxygen mask. My mom got heart issues from sleep apnea. Okay. I'll take it seriously, okay? I mean, more seriously, because I already take it seriously, because it concerns Rebecca. Yeah, sleep apnea is scary. It sucks, man, because, the last time that I was in Seattle in 2020, I fell asleep on the plane because I love falling asleep on planes for plane rides. Like I freaking love it. Like getting on a plane is like cozy time, you know? And my first, you know, in 2020, getting on the plane, you know, I have to like awkwardly sit next to 2 other people. I'm in the alley seating. And what I do to fall asleep is I got a hoodie and I put up the hood. I've got like a little blankie that I'm like, we get here. And I've got my backpack. I like my backpack with me because I hug it and I just, you know, like my face. And that's how I sleep on a plane. And when we touched down in Seattle and I woke up, I like turned and looked at my 2 passengers and they were like, both of them were staring at me like I had just performed some insane feat in my sleep. Like they looked at me like I was weird. And the woman that was sitting next to me, she just straight up asked, like, do you have like a sleeping disorder? And she was like, because you were like twitching and you'd stop breathing, then you'd gasp really loudly and yeah. Next week? Yeah. CPAPs are quieter now. They aren't so gross and bulky. Oh, yeah. It's probably just because Dad has never bought a new one. Man, I don't want to be old. Oh, man. Here. What do you guys think of the new Warthog design? Yeah, we'll have to get that taken care of for real. Guys, I like the new Warthog. I like the new Warthog design a lot. It looks very, very cool. Like, I don't think there's ever been a bad Warthog design. Maybe the one I like the least is the Halo Infinite one. And the reason behind that is because it's essentially a boneless Halo 4 and Halo 5 Warthog. Like, the Halo 4 and Halo 5 Warthog was designed with these... with the cage, you know, in mind. And for Halo Infinite, really all they did was keep the design exactly the same and remove the cage. And I'm like, but now it looks like it's missing something, you know? Because the design wasn't really made for this. So, like, Halo 4 Warthog looks cool. Love the Bungie era Warthog. I love it so much. I love that freaking shield, dude. Halo 3 one looks great. Where's my boy, the Combat Evolved one? Oh, so pretty. Every Warthog has looked so good. And this Warthog also looks cool. I like the new lights that they have added. Like, they've got these, like, little orange ones here. They got 2 extra lights there on the side. Like, it's just, like, the whole thing looks so cool. I hate the Halo 4 and 5 Hog. Why? It looks fine. It just looks like a Warthog. It's fine looking. Hate? You hate it. You hate this. Oh, excuse me. Hate is a word that we reserve for something we loathe. Like, your heart gets sick because you have such negative emotion. Do you really hate this? Are you able to do 4-player split screen co-op, or is that just for online? I think it's like the original game only had 2-player. Yeah, the original game was 2-player split screen, and this one is also 2-player split screen. I'm not even sure if it would be able to do 4-player split screen without them, like, really making the game look like a poop. Like a poop from a butt, you know? Call me crazy, but as the campaign evolved, they are using the Halo Infinite MA5 model. I thought that at first, but it is not. It is not that. Yeah, here, let's pull it up. I thought the same thing, okay? This isn't gonna... Oh, well, it did. Gameplay? First-person perspective, please? I could probably... Halo Infinite Assault Rifle Kit. Maybe skin? Maybe that'll come up? No. Halo Infinite Assault Rifle. All kits. Here, I'll show you. I thought the same thing until I double-checked, and it is indeed different. Nothing. Wow. Somebody out there's... Okay. I'll put it this way. For Halo Infinite, the ammo counter here is the Halo. It's basically like you can see the Halo Reach ammo counter in there, and then they've built a shroud that looks more like the Combat Evolved shroud. Like it looks like the Halo. It looks like the Halo Reach assault rifle is wearing a hoodie. That's the best way I can describe it. Where with this, you can see that the ammo counter is actually properly designed for the MA5. It is not, though. It is not. Because that ammo counter is so damn different looking. And then, hang on, let's also double check. There's another way. Come on, just... I'm looking at that ammo. Hang on. Where is it? Here, we'll put this here. Is that bolt the same? I'm going to look at the geometry down. The geometry is different, I think. It's hard to tell from this angle. Yeah, the geometry is completely different. Look at this. You see this bit here that kind of goes up? It is not anywhere. It should be around here, and it's not here. Ammo counter is different. And you can see there's a bit of like a cage almost thing, like going around. It's not there either. This is a new model, I think. Yeah, it's a completely original model. The back might be the same. It's got the Mizraya Armory logo in the exact same spot as Halo Infinite. So that might be throwing you off. There is some design continuity. But I think that's more because they're following the aesthetic established by Halo Infinite, you know? I don't think it's because they're reusing the exact asset. I think it's because they are like, well, on Halo Infinite, some of these logos and decals are right there, so let's also put them there for this. Yeah, you know what? The biggest thing is the ammo cartridge, actually. That's definitely not. Because in Halo Infinite, it's actually funny. If you look at the ammo when he reloads with it, it's like this tiny little baby ammo cartridge. Magazine, sorry. It's like a little baby magazine when you're reloading with the classic assault rifle kit. It's very silly looking. It's very baby. And that one looks more full. So it's definitely a different model. It's odd how the shroud on the Infinite model is more accurate with its construction than the new one. What do you mean? That it's like a Reach assault rifle wearing a hoodie? It's got to be the MA5C. I know it. Here, you know what? We will... That's good. Here. Snipper tool. Watch this. Boom. There we go. There we go. Boom. We got that. And now let's go. Let's go in a different tab because I don't want to get away from that video again. Surely someone's done like a video using every single kit in the store, right? Maybe. You know what? I saw... There we go. Hang on. Man, okay. Okay. No, you know what? I was going to say that if you're going to do a comparison of all of the models and stuff, don't mess around with the view model. Like, have it be default. And I think this guy mess around with. But it's also like, I have to stop myself because only I care about that shit, you know? It's such a, like, who cares, dude? Let the man be. I'm just being goofy and silly. Here, I think this is default view. Okay, so watch this. You're about to see how wrong you are. That person who said, no, I swear it's the... You ready? You're not... I don't think you are. I don't think you're ready for how wrong you're about to be. Buddy, I'm King Autism here. I've seen details you wouldn't believe. And I know I was wrong about the hunters earlier, but this is one that I'm right about because you're about to eat your words. Boom! They are different models. It's not that big of a deal. Don't worry. I'm being silly. Didn't you do one for your Evo of the assault rifle video? Did I? I don't think so. One of 7 people in the world using the snipping tool live. He damn right. Quickly screenshot his files. Here, you guys want to see some of the goofy shit that I have saved here? We've got that. We've got this. This is all work from T-Dog Smitty. You see, I've got all these assets that I was using. They used Halo Reach's Blam engines, so it's spot on with Reach, and the AR is modeled from Halo 3. It sounds like the Halo 3 one, too. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. The Halo 3 assault rifle, like, the poly count, it's like I can look at that and I'm just like, no, that's not the Halo 3 model. The poly count would be so low that you would be able to tell that, like, wow, that's a bad looking asset, you know? Seeing the reworked Infinite Mark V Chief solidified my stance of the design being the best Mark V has ever looked. He looks amazing on the key art. He does look very good. Like, the model that they created, the Combat Evolved model that they did for Halo Infinite and that they're using for this game, it's so good looking. So good looking. Dare I say I think it's better... No, not dare I say. I think it looks better than the Marcus Lato remake of that model. The Spanker looks super faithful, if unfinished on the details. The main rocket tube looks oddly smooth without the ridges, and things like the green test firing button and barrel arrows are strangely absent. It's good feedback that should be sent to them. Very good feedback. It looks like a modified Infinite AR model. I'm not sure if I even agree there, because so much has like, not just the design, but even like the proportions. Here, let me blow it up on the screen. It's so different looking. Like, so different. Look at this. look at this. Here, let me... Look, even down here, like, see the area where the light is? And then look at the area where the light is here. It's even, like, lower, and you can see this whole area is built completely different compared to this one. Right here, this whole section is completely different. Here, the charging handle, completely different. Top is different. You can see there is like an open thing for like the casings to eject. It's not present on this version. It's like so much has changed that this is a different model. It has to have been a different model because you'd be tweaking so much that you might as well start over. You know? Yo, I think this is the first time I've caught you live. How's it going tonight? And it's going great. And that also extends to other people. I saw some comments of people saying I've never caught you live before. And if you're still here, hey, I saw your comment. Okay. Sorry, I was talking too fast. There were a ton of things I was talking about. They got to change it back to 60 rounds. Well, I think the reason that they changed it to 32 rounds is because elements of the sandbox make it so that a 60-round assault rifle doesn't work in the combat flow. And when it comes to sandbox balancing, I'll trust, or I'll try to trust, you know? Because 32 rounds is a very specific number. It's a very specific number for them to land on, the same specific number that Bungie landed on back when they were balancing the assault rifle with the SMG in the sandbox. Trying to think what I was going to say. Um, 32 versus 36. Yeah, this is disgusting. Disgusting. The assault rifle should never be 36 rounds. I remember back when... Okay. Back when they revealed Warzone, for Halo 5. So, okay. Up to this point, oops, I accidentally hit caps lock. Trying to find gameplay footage of it. There's this one channel that had extremely good beta footage. Green Skull's beta footage, unfortunately, it's not, the rendering settings are not very good, so the video looks very fuzzy. This is okay. Like, it's not very fuzzy. Wait. Oh, this is just straight up Halo 5 multiplayer. Never mind. Gosh, I'm going really far to say this silly thing. This silly, silly thing that doesn't actually matter. Don't worry, it'll all be worth it, okay? Unless you don't care. In which case, I'm going to sound like a very silly person. Okay, switches. Damn it, I was too slow. I just need the assault rifle. Nah, I can't find it. Okay. Either way, I remember after the Halo 5 beta, which had 32 rounds, and thinking the Halo 5 beta looked great, you know, graphically. Like, the materials looked really cool. The weapons looked really awesome. Then, you know, obviously Halo 5 went dark for a while, and it came back at E3. And I remember thinking, the assault rifle's ammo counter doesn't look right. And I didn't know what it was because I wasn't paying attention to what was on the ammo counter. Just, it's the way my brain works. So, you know how like people like read letters and stuff? For me, words have shapes, and that's how I'm able to read quickly. Is I read I can see the shape of the word. Like I'm not reading the individual letters, processing that, and that's what the word is. Same with like numbers. Like 36 has a shape to me. Same with 32 and stuff like that. So all I could see was the shape of the number on the assault rifle, and it was wrong. The shape wasn't correct. And I was like, the assault rifle, the ammo counter looks weird. Something's off about it. The shape's wrong. And finally, it was like, wait, why is it 36 rounds? Because in between the beta and this Warzone reveal at E3, they upped it by 4 extra bullets to the battle rifle's ammo count. And still to this day, I think it looks wrong. An assault rifle having 36. The shape doesn't look correct in my brain. So that's the dumb nitpicky stuff that doesn't matter. Shape of the word. Yeah, the shape of the word. Like, Halo has a shape. Can I draw? Let's get, I don't know, this corner here. Like, because I don't know if I have Microsoft Paint. Like, that's sort of what Halo's shape looks like to me. I mean, not really. That's a terrible artistic rendition of it. Maybe, that's kind of Apple. Like the shape of the word apple to me. I don't know, man. Brains are different between people. Words have shapes to me. Same with numbers. They got a shape. Alan Wake sounding ass. Words are shapes in our minds. It's not a lake. It's an ocean. It's the same with how people sight read music. You were describing chunking. What's chunking? Is that really a thing? Am I about to Google something bad? Let me move it off screen for a second. Oh my God, it's real. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's how it feels. That's actually a really good visual representation. I didn't know that was just like a thing, like a technique. Like when I was little and I was learning how to read, they made us read out loud, which I thought was the most obnoxious shit in the world. Because I couldn't, I'm like, dude, like, give me a break. I'm learning how to read, and you're asking me to verbalize it as well as process the words. And so it was like the hardest thing in the world, being able to retain the information as I said it out loud, like my little underdeveloped brain. And I figured out when I was young how to read quicker and sort of like process the words faster so that I could read them out loud, was condensing the word and storing it in my brain as a shape. So I'm like, that's the shape for continent. That's the shape for R. And that helps me read faster. Is I'm like reading the shapes. I'm not reading the individual letters and then condensing them into the word and then moving on to the next one. Okay, Halo, man. Get back to Halo. Like, it's, guys, words are shapes. Everything is shapes. I've got a dictionary saved in my brain, and it's made of shapes. Yeah, let's talk about the game where the little grunts have like a birthday party. Noticing a lot of Halo 5 animations as well. It's very weird though. I said earlier, if you're joining now, the animations in some builds of the game that I played, they were tweaked a little bit. Like they weren't exactly 1-to-1. Like the assault rifle reload had a bit more of like a modern warfare, like you finish it and then boom, you like lock it into your shoulder, you know? And earlier I saw an animation that I did not recognize, because this is reusing Halo 5's animation set for the pistol, but it would like every now and then he'd like readjust, the pistol, like get a better grip on it. Oh, the Shih Tzu. Hi, baby boy. Are you being cute? Are you Titi? Hi, Titi. Hi. You're a prince. Oh. Have a feeling the Spartan laser is in this game. What makes you think that? Because there, while I was waiting in line to play it, there was also somebody who was like, I feel like the Spartan laser is going to be in the game. And I don't know what's giving people hope. What if they had different builds to get different feedbacks? I don't know how they'd be able to track. I don't know how they would be able to track who played what build, if that was the case. I almost wonder if it's like bugs. Like just bugs, issues, things are unfinished. Like in the playable build, I saw a lot of people complaining about the Elite's energy shields. Like when you shoot them, they don't flare up. And the reason why is actually because the energy shield effects are not done. They're just not in this build because they're not done. Some of the visual effects on the screen were finished like 6 days before they showed it off to the public. Like they showed it and made it playable on Friday. Some of the visual effects were done like the previous Friday, if not Sunday, They had QR codes on the tables, right? No, the QR codes were at the exit. Kind of hoping they take more liberties with the missions, especially encounters. If the needle rifle is added, give me some elites firing it from a distance. I think we're going to see some alterations. Luke was able to ask the creative director of the campaign if drones are coming back, and he did not give Luke even like a no, just no comment. So it's like, okay, interesting. Goshawk or Falcon in Halo Combat Evolved? Goshawk, I think, if I had to choose between the two. Because part of the Combat Evolved, combat, is that the Covenant have air superiority. They got the flying vehicle, Missed Super. Oh, okay. Me. I hope the campaign demo becomes publicly available via flights. The Insider site was recently updated to include PlayStation consoles, so here's hoping. I think it is going to be. I think there is going to be a demo of the campaign. Because they're very keen on getting people's feedback. Like, very, very keen. They're very insistent that people are like, hey, guys, scan the QR code. We got surveys. We want your feedback. Like, now, well, it's still fresh in your mind. Oh, yeah. Did you see how the Marines can drive the Warthog? Yeah, so under the hood, it's Halo Reach. Vengeful Vadam did some testing, and I also did some of my own testing. Like, all the AI that you see on screen, they're all using Reach animations. And they're using Reach movement sets and behaviors and stuff like that. So it's Reach. Under the hood, it is Halo Reach. So Marines can drive in Reach. They can drive here. So I guess if you want to prepare for how the campaign's going to feel like, go boot up Halo Reach. I really hope Halo Studios keeps the new Warthog design because it slaps. I like the new Warthog design a lot. It looks very cool. It's very, very cool. I don't mind the Halo 4 Warthog design, but I like the I like that combat evolved buggy look, you know. I do hope that Halo 4 Warthog sticks around, though, because that's also a cool-looking version of the Warthog. I could see that used in more, like, urban situations. Reach had good AI. Yeah, Reach had good AI. Blood animation looks good. Blood animation looks great. Here, for those of you guys who are blessed with not being on Twitter, I'm going to show you a video that I took. So this is me. And what was really funny about this was, like, you know, everybody else is playing. I'm not. I played the demo 3 times, and I couldn't beat it once. Because I was doing stuff like this. And was it you, babe, that noticed the developers were laughing? Yeah, Rebecca was playing... Yeah, like... Rebecca tapped me because behind, like, the developers were, like, looking at us and laughing because I'm doing this. Yeah, I'm doing this. Rebecca is chasing crabs and fish in the water and, like, trying to rock climb, like, see if she can get to the top of the island, like, rock. And Brett Nated was trying to shove the Warthog through that door. You guys know the one that I'm talking about. You can do it in this remake. So everyone else in that big room of like 30 stations for gaming, right? Everyone else is trying to beat it. But our row, we're just like goofing off. And like the developers had kind of gathered around our row and they were laughing. And they said, what? I guess each developer was in charge of a certain row. And so the 2 of the developers, they were laughing and they said to one of them, they're like, dude, your row are psychos. He called us psychos because we weren't doing what everyone wanted to do. You know, everyone's coming in there because they want to beat the demo. They want to play through it. And we're not. We're like goofing off and like shooting bodies. And, like, so like, dude, your row are full of psychos. The rock climbing is the truest playtest. Yes. I swear those blood decals are straight out of Halo 5. They are not. They are not. You see the way it glows off of the pistol? But can you shoot a grenade? I'm not sure, actually. Can you slide? You cannot slide. It's the Halo Reach version of the Halo engine. So when you sprint, it kind of feels like you're activating an armor ability. So if you're sprinting and you hit the crouch button, you just go right into crouch. Which, hey, I'm happy with. I don't think Halo needs slide. But they'll probably add it if enough people give the feedback. Here, let me go up because I think I missed super. Oh, did I miss another super from you, dude? I hope not. Also, what's the ADS like on the campaign Needler? Mind skipping the footage to the footage of it? Can probably think of a solution for how it works. What if Heatwave and Promethean weapons in combat evolved? Promethean weapons I don't know about, because Promethean weapons are like, they're like weapons of war that the Forerunners used. And by the time of the rings, like the rings weren't really like fortresses. They weren't military bases for the Forerunners, right? So you'd probably find a lot of Sentinel stuff, like tools on a ring. You wouldn't find a lot, like you wouldn't find the equivalent of like a shotgun at a construction site, right? You'd find a lot of tools like Sentinel beams and stuff. And I guess that would also go for the heat wave, right? Because that thing also is technically a weapon. Although I guess the Sentinels use it in Halo Infinite, like the combat models, right? I don't know. The Promethean weapons, I don't think so. Heatwave, I'm not familiar with the lore of it.
Bro, honestly, they should have pointed one on this shit.
But let me go down. Having seen the Needler aiming down the sights, I have the perfect solution for making it acceptable. Just remove the view model when you zoom in. Problem solved. Well, they're doing the Halo Infinite thing, right? Where you just scope in a little bit. It's like a view zoom, right? Look at all that blood, guys.
Bro, honestly, they should have pointed.
We're psychos. I don't know how I feel about not getting new multiplayers with their own identities. With their own identity. I want this game's PvP. Yeah. But I mean, also, so many changes and tweaks have been made to this game that, and like Combat Evolved's multiplayer is so beloved that if they were to be like, and alongside Campaign Evolved is Halo 1 multiplayer remade. It's got all your favorites, no health packs, aiming down the sights, a sprint button. Like, it wouldn't be a remake of Halo 1's multiplayer at that point, you know? So it's like, it's probably smart to just do the campaign and let the multiplayer be its own standalone project, which seems to be what they're going to do. I said Halo 3. Oh, did you say Halo 3? Let me go up. Oh, Halo 3? I don't think they are Halo 3, because Halo 3 is... I'm trying to remember how the resolution of those decals. They'd be, like, way too low. Yeah, blood decals from Halo 3, not Halo 5. They're done in the style of Halo 3, but they're definitely, like, not ripped from that game, because they would stick out due to their resolution, you know? I appreciate the $2, by the way. I do appreciate that. It's essentially the try to boost the signal, like, hey, Get his attention. He got it wrong. He misread. $720p? No, because 720p is a higher resolution than Halo 3 even ran at. In fact, actually, I think I've got them here. If you guys want to see some behind-the-scenes stuff. No, hang on. Here, you guys are getting a little behind-the-scenes thing. I can actually pull up Halo 3's blood decals. It's not UI, is it? No. Because I also renamed some of this stuff. Let's go over to ODST, actually. VFX, decals, blood splats, bitmaps. Yeah, see, that's too low resolution. That's too low resolution. Okay. It's definitely done in the same style, but they are not using decals that were created back in 2007. You know what's even cool? Here's a little detail. When the blood hits the ground, it like splashes. Like blood comes out of the elite and then splashes onto the ground when the decal spawns. Man has blood folders. I do have blood folders. I have a lot of folders. Here, you guys want to see? You guys want to see some bullet holes on glass surfaces texture? Perhaps I can interest you in some scorch marks large. Perhaps a sword impact. Lens flare. You guys want to see? Here are all of the lens flares that ODST makes use of. I'm not sure, though, if this is just a leftover from Combat Evolved, because I think this one is also in Combat Evolved. Oh, baby egg. My Shih Tzu is snoring very peacefully, very softly. Look, here's some of the muzzle flashes. Ha 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 ha. I just realized I did that on camera. That's just like a thing. Like with it, I freaking love the sound of Shih Tzu snoring. Or I guess just like small. No, just dogs. Animals snoring are very cute. So our little boy, I snore back at him. Look, there's like a smoke wisp. You guys like that? A little smoke wisp. Not really a fan of the changes to the exterior structures, nor the overall color palette of the remake, but I reckon it's too late to change that now. Are you not a fan of the color palette? I feel like it's really pretty looking. It's definitely not like, you know, classic Combat Evolved, but that's more because it's what real life looks like and what real life light behaves like. So there's only so much control. As for like the structures, you know, like up there, that is still a Bungie style Forerunner structure. I mean, I pointed out earlier, look at that ribbing there. You know what, you know that texture. We've seen that texture a lot. We're very familiar with it. And it's cool that it's actually like geometry this time around. It's not just like a texture. It's Bungie Forerunner stuff. What's very off-putting is we've never seen Forerunner structures with like physically accurate materials, you know? Like that is how metal looks. That's how metal behaves with lighting, you know, even like so in Combat Evolved, when there's a dark region, like a region in shadow, like that's it. It's the shadowed region, the region that is out in the sun. You know, the lighting is very there isn't a lot of nuance to it. It's very you know, very 2000s. But with this, the lighting is a lot more natural looking, so you can see the way it's bright out here, and then it's like maybe like, you know, pretty dark where the shadow starts, but then it brightens up a little bit as light scatters around the environment before getting dark again as we get close to some of the rocks and ledges and stuff. Like, look, that tunnel is pitch black. Like, it's how light is in the real world. And we're used to that more like video gamey lighting. And so it warps and distorts a lot of the perceptions of the game. Like, because if you pause, a lot of these patterns are very familiar looking. These structures are familiar looking. It's just they look really realistic in a way that's sort of off-putting. I mean, look at that. You know what that texture is. You've seen that wall texture as far back as 2001. It's just look at the way the light is coming off the ground. Look at it on the wall here. Like it's the lighting that screws with our perception of what a lot of the Forerunner stuff looks like. Look at that. Look at that. Like, trust me, it is Bungie Forerunner stuff. I do think, though, that there is room for tweaking the shaders and stuff. Because that's not to say, well, guys, sorry, it's literally impossible to make the Forerunner metal look more like the older games, because it looks realistic now. Look, there's some of that ribbing. It's definitely not impossible. What I think they could do for sure is work on the materials a little bit more. Like, dull it up a lot more. Because I think it's too subtle, you know, the metal, like the wear and the tear on it. It's too subtle. You got to exaggerate it. You got to make this shit look like it's been out in the sun for hundreds of thousands of years, you know? Yeah, but the colors of this specific interior segment are all wrong. It's supposed to be well lit like a cathedral. This remake is just silver, metal, and shadows. Is it? You sure? Are you sure? Because I remember it not being well lit. In fact, right here, down here specifically, I remember it being very dark and scary. Do you play MCC on full brightness by any chance? I think this is the Halo Combat Evolved that I got with oh, sorry. Map_name B30. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Don't know why I was... Change settings. Don't think you can adjust the brightness settings and stuff. Oops. Saving. The reason that it looks so well lit is because there just isn't a lot of nuance in the lighting. Or at least there's less nuance. There is nuance, don't get me wrong, but it's not realistic, you know? Like, this is so cleanly and evenly lit. And I assume it's coming from up there, but wouldn't this be casting a shadow right here? You know? Same with wouldn't you be catching, like, glints, like, reflections from the light from up there? Like, when you drop a lot of this architecture into photorealism, it gets... the mood changes, the lighting changes, you know? And you can see here, it's starting to get darker, it's starting to get a little bit... Look at this. And do you hear the ambience? It's like this, like, scraping metal sound. Look how ominous it is. It's almost like you're wandering into the belly of a monster that's buried underneath the sand, you know? Look how, like, creepy it is. Like, up here, there's some more light. And then you get outside, and there's the sun and stuff. But it's definitely supposed to be like you're stepping into the jaws of a big beast. Let's go back here. Here, where was that? Yeah, hopefully you can see the difference. That this is a little bit more like how light actually behaves in the real world. And it does change the look of things pretty dramatically. But there is definitely it's the, like, Hall of Mirrors, I called it earlier. It definitely does look like a Hall of Mirrors sometimes. Like, I do think that they gotta, like, tweak some of the materials. Like, at least for the floors, you know? Because it looks, like, fairly uniform, all the metallic surfaces. Like, the stuff on the walls, stuff on the floors, it all looks like it's kind of the same. I feel like the floors you could make a lot duller. Like, tune down the specularity of it. And when I was talking to, I think it was the art director actually who was there. He was saying that something they wanted to do for the remake is they wanted it to kind of feel. So for new players, what they wanted is they wanted the surfaces to feel very bright, to feel very, like, alive. And when during a mission you have to step into a Forerunner interior and, like, the underbelly of the ring, they wanted it to feel slightly uneasy and sinister. You know, like, yes, this is a beautiful Halo ring. It's this thing that you landed on, but the ring has dark secrets that are buried underneath. They wanted it to feel kind of like, and eventually have that, like, that horror element pay off with the reveal of the Flood. Because remember, there's going to be a lot of people playing Halo for the first time that don't know what the Flood are. So they wanted from the offset, like, that horror thing to be always alluded to. I feel like the walls, wall accents, and floors should be like 3 different materials. They probably are, but they're shaded really similarly. Like, I mean, we're all sitting here as, like, backseat. They only used 3 materials. Like, I'm sure, like, an artist would come out and say, actually, we used 57 materials. But the Hall of Mirrors, I think they could tone down a little bit. They could probably dull the lights just a smidge, you know? Turn down some of the specularity on the ground so that it's less reflective. But also, they're trying to be, like, more dramatic, like, more vivid. Because, like, here. There's a specific light source that I'm thinking of. Oh, baby Shih Tzu. Like, right there. Right there, like that harsh light and the reflection. And you can see there that it's not just a reflection. You can actually see the beam casting across the surface. Imagine that on a big 4K TV. Like that level of detail in the lighting. It looks good. And that's probably what they're hoping for. They're trying to keep it the same, give it that dark underbelly feel, while also allowing for some dramatic lighting. I don't like seeing sci-fi troopers trying to make bullpups look cool. Bullpups are cool. They don't need to try. How come Halo is so afraid of iron sights and magazines in front of the trigger? Well, Halo doesn't have iron sights. Halo doesn't have aiming down the sights. But it's also just because bullpups are cooler. Like, everybody has M16 style rifles. Like, what do you call it? Like, front loading magazines? Like, bullpups are cool, man. They look sci-fi. They look like future guns. Don't tell me the Commando looks cool. The Commando looks like a gun from Call of Duty. The CE remake feels like a project that is not their main priority, or a result of another studio's work. Well, it's one of their priorities. And it is being assisted by another studio. The reflectivity matches the more worn materials from CE, but it's kind of attached to more materials than usual. Yeah, it's a lot more things are reflective than they used to be, and it's fairly off-putting sometimes. You get that like Hall of Mirrors effect. Freaking love the look of the beach. Dude, look how good the wet sand looks. Like, some of this stuff looks like real life. Look at that. That looks so good. Bullpups are cooler. They are cooler. They are cooler. The remake looks designed to be enjoyed on an OLED. It is. I'm happy that I have an HDR TV. Because this is going to look so beautiful on HDR. Alex Battaglia mentioned on Digital Foundry that this looks barely better than Halo 2 Anniversary, and I don't know if he's gotten a chance to play it, but I fundamentally, categorically, demonstrably disagree with that take. Like, I could sit down and talk with him for hours about how much I disagree with that take. It looks heads, shoulders, knees, and toes better than Halo 2 Anniversary. Halo CE had a very retro cassette futurism aesthetic that paid homage to other sci-fi works like Aliens. Well, it's a little bit more than that, because Halo Combat Evolved pulled from many, many inspirations. It's something that, like, I wish I approached with more nuance in some of my earlier videos on my channel about the art direction, because, like, the Covenant aren't cassette futurism, you know? The rocket launcher is not cassette futurism. You know, like, Combat Evolved is a melting pot of a bunch of different things that were popular in the late 90s and early 2000s. Excuse me. So there is a lot to it. 2 missed. Oh, man, I gotta stop missing these. Okay, hang on. Going up. Missed. Again. I'd love to see the heat wave in any of the classic campaigns. That weapon feels perfectly tuned for fighting the Flood, particularly in horizontal mode. Oh, yeah. Dude, could you imagine in the library, like in Combat Evolved, if someone modded the heat wave in? It would feel so good to like turn around and just fire a horizontal beam into the crowd that's chasing you. It would feel so, so good. Any plans to celebrate the 200,000 subscribers? Rebecca and I celebrated. But for a stream, it's a good idea. I don't know though if I like maybe like past the deadline, you know? If like maybe it's too late. I hope not. I'll have to give it some thought. If maybe like it's too late, maybe we could do something ridiculous for 250,000, you know? Missed. I hope the needle rifle is reworked. Wasn't a fan of it being the DMR, but whose main gimmick rewards inaccuracy. I have an idea for it. ... Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Yeah. Yeah, the needle rifle is an odd one. Like, it is fully automatic. I'll give it that. It is an odd one. It feels sort of like... It feels sort of like they wanted to do something that's a little bit different. Like, they wanted a carbine, but the DMR already existed. So they wanted the Covenant Jackals to have a long-range precision weapon that feels at least a little bit different. From the carbine. And so they came up with the idea of the needle rifle. I'd make it into a sniper firing lower velocity projectiles that explode shortly after hitting an enemy. Bit like a volatile skewer. So like a slightly weaker volatile skewer. So it hits a target and then boom and sprays shards everywhere. That's actually an interesting idea. Because then even if you were behind cover... And, like, Jackal snipers are, like, pew, you know, like, shooting at you. It's like they're placing mines around you. And those things are almost like brute grenades, you know? Like, shrapnel is going everywhere. Yeah, that could work. That's actually a clever idea. I don't get why people say Halo is not photorealistic. Halo has always been a stylized photorealistic. Old graphics doesn't mean cartoony. I sort of get you, but here, let's... Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Okay, you're coming with me. Because I'm going to show you something. So look at the way that they're moving. Like the bouncing, the hopping, the like, you know, boing, boing, you know. How much would a jackal weigh? Jackals are like 7 feet tall, right? In real life. And I'm not joking. They're huge. I think they're like 6 foot something, maybe. Look, it's like boom. Like it hops up, you know, like head twitching. Like a creature that big would not snap move that fast, you know, especially the grunts with those heavy stomper feet and those big like legs of mutton ass arms that they have, you know. Look at that, you know, the movements and stuff. It's very, very, very stylized. Very exaggerated. I don't think they were going for photorealism. I think they were going for a very stylized look. Because if they were going for photorealistic, it would look more like the Halo 2 anniversary cutscenes. I mean, look at this. Look at the way he's like waving him around. He tosses him. Look, and then this little that little whew, like that dramatic hop down. It's all the motions and the proportions of the creatures are very, including the humans, are very exaggerated looking. And you can see it even more in Halo 3. And even, like, Reach to an extent. Like, the people don't really look like how people look, you know? Here, now let's compare it to the Anniversary Edition, and you'll see what I mean. So this is like photorealism. Even like a stylized photorealism to an extent. Look at their movements. Look, so this guy's like 9 feet tall, 10 feet tall, right? Hundreds of pounds of weight. Same with the grunts. The grunts are going to be like very heavy. See, slower movements, less exaggeration. Look at the way he falls. Boom, heavy guy. And look at the grunts. See, they can't have them like running around. They have to be they can still have a little bit of a comedic flair to them, but they can't be just like cartoon characters zipping and bouncing around like they used to be. See, even the way that the elite picks him up, it's a lot slower. You see the weight, the way he dropped down. See, this is stylized photorealism, where I think the original Halo games under Bungie just straight up went for stylization. That's not to say that it looks like the movie Up, you know, that it looks like a Pixar movie, but I don't think it's photorealistic. They used mocap for Reach, didn't they? They did. Reach, I think, was the first Halo game. If we're not, you know, thinking about Halo Wars. Reach cutscenes. There we go. Let's do the original cutscenes, because I feel like 60 frames per second, you actually sort of... Some of the animations were not meant to be seen at a higher frame rate because the interpolated additional animations that were added between to get it to 60, you lose a lot of the weight. Like, come on, dude. Look how huge their feet are. Look at her. Look how ridiculous and weird her proportions are. Like, she's not like a cartoon character, but there's something very, like, doll-like. Coming up, though, I think is one of the worst animations for the elites. Hang on. It's not this. And it's because of the mocap. That. Like, the elite, like shimming. It looks like a guy in a mascot costume. It doesn't look like the movement of an alien creature. Same with, like, that. You know, it's a mascot. It's a mascot costume. I really don't like the mocap stuff in Reach. That animation also looks rough for the reload, but that's just me. A Day at the Beach is twitchier and less weighty than Halo 2 proper. Oh, are we going to get into this? I'll show the reason I showed A Day at the Beach is because we got a lot of Covenant action. But if we're gonna go there, we'll go there, okay? This is not the original, by the way. This is unfortunately the PC version. Trying to find some of the ones where, like, animations just... You're telling me that that guy just jumped on that turret like something that weighs hundreds of pounds? Dude, I'm like 200 pounds, and even I could not move that fast and that expressively. Look at that. Boing, you know. Very silly, very goofy. You know, here's unfortunately where it's like, oh, they just didn't even animate her model. They just like rotated it and had Gosh. I wonder what Joe Staten thinks of Halo 2 Anniversary. Here's definitely like the ultimate display of you are so wrong, sir. The Gravemind cutscene where he's playing with Master Chief and Arbiter like they're toys and they're like wiggling and flipping around and stuff. Look at this. Hang on, here comes Arbiter and he just looks so silly. Even for the anniversary version, because of the photorealistic visuals, they couldn't have him be so expressive because it would look unrealistic for a creature that size to move that fast and just that like crazy. And look at him. Look at the way he's like, it's very exaggerated, his movements. In the anniversary version, because it would look silly, they just had Chief like frozen, basically. Look at Arbiter. Look at him. He's like, his limbs are all over the place. Very silly, very cartoony, very exaggerated. And that's okay. Like, that's okay. I liked that about the older Halo games, how expressive character animations were. It reminded me of like anime, you know? Then why were they working on a render engine? It's just a result of old graphics. Also, old ways of animation before mocap? What am I missing? Here, let me go up. Oh, there we go. Not necessarily weaker. I'd make the shot itself only deal moderate damage, but the super combine deal high damage in a decent radius. Let the UNSC sniper be the near hit scan single target eliminator. Gotcha. Okay. Deal moderate damage, but the super combine deal high damage in a decent radius. Okay, gotcha. I see what you mean. That's an interesting approach to it, dude. Then why were they working on a render engine? It's just a result of old graphics. Also, old ways of animation before mocap. Trying to think. Well, they're using a new render engine because you do want to push visuals further, you know? Like, did Combat Evolved even I don't think it supported volumetrics at all. You know? Like, I'm not saying Halo under Bungie was not even remotely realistic. What I mean more is that they were definitely leaning more on the stylized side of things. You know, almost like animation. Or not like, oh, the act of animating something. More like, it came off more like animation than it did them trying to meet live action, you know? Because some of these character designs you could not do. Like, they're physically impossible. And then, even further, when you look at, like... When you look at, like, the concept art, you know, of creatures like the Marines. And you could see that their inspiration was not real life. It was more anime. Was the look that they were trying to go for. Look at how silly this exploration of the grunts was. Could you imagine if they were like, yeah, that's good. Let's keep pursuing that version of it. If that is kind of what the grunts ended up looking like silly little guys. H2A Gravemind caresses Chief with his tentacle. Well, he also does it. He also does it in the classic graphics, but the tentacle is a little bit more cartoony in the way it does like a little like head rub on Chief. It's very funny. Have you guys ever seen the censored cutscene for the Gravemind? So this is the MCC in China. It's censored. A lot of violence is taken out. But guys, I must say it. I think this is way better. Way better. Way creepier than the Halo 2 anniversary cutscene we got. Because I don't like... Oh my god. We're getting silly, aren't we? We're getting very, very autistic. Ugh. Don't like accidentally hitting caps. I don't like the flood being gory. I don't like red bleeding and like decomposing flesh. Like that's like the flood aren't zombies, you know? It's not really. The flood to me is more like fungal. They're more, it's almost like a plant taking over somebody, you know, like mushrooms, fungi, and stuff. There's something very like melty about it, the way it just like kind of absorbs you and corrupts your DNA and makes you into more of it. It's not reanimating dead tissue. You know, it's completely just like absorbing you and its roots and its plant-like material. So I don't really like the red bleeding and stuff like that. So as time has gone on, as time has moved on, I like the Halo 2 Anniversary Gravemind less and less, which brings us to the Chinese censored version because... So you guys probably know this cutscene. Wait till you guys see this.
What is that?
I am a monument to all your sins.
That's creepy, right? You never see the face. All you see is this big creature talking to them. You can see its, like, you know, its jaw.
Relax.
But you never
I'd rather
see
not
the
piss
face.
this thing off. Demon.
So you can only imagine how terrifying it is when you're looking at it.
This one is machine and nerve, and has its mind concluded. This one is but flesh and faith, and is the more deluded. Kill me or release me, parasite. But do not waste my time with talk. There is much talk, and I have listened.
It's very creepy, right? Sorry, that was very loud. Like, it's done for censorship reasons, but they inadvertently made a scarier cutscene. This is a detail I like in the anniversary graphics, actually. I don't like the animations on the Prophet, because in the original, he's like, his muscles are like, you know, twitching. Like, you get the sense that he's like losing control of his muscles, and his like head is bent at this weird angle. And you just like, you get this sense that he's like barely lucid. You know, that it's almost like, it's like, muscle memory, the things he's saying, more than it is an actual conscious person. But in these graphics, he seems very, very cognizant of what's going on around him. He's like struggling to speak a little bit, but you'll see like a lot of his animations become smooth.
This facility must be activated if we are to control this outbreak.
Stay where you are. Nothing can be done until my sermon is complete.
Look, see, he's a complete. And now look, he does this like presentation gesture with his hands. Look at his hand. He's got, look, he like shakes his head. Look, our lords left behind as these oracles of the great journey. Like, he seems very aware of what's going on around him. In the original graphics, he doesn't seem to have control of his body. Isn't that creepy, though? You can't see its face. Look how creepy that shot is of Chief.
This thing is right. Halo is a weapon. Your prophets are making a big mistake.
Your ignorance already destroyed one of the sacred rings, demon. It shall not harm another. If you will not hear.
Here's another autistic thing. I think something's wrong, or something wasn't preserved correctly or recorded properly with that specific recording. For some reason, like, the voices all sound great, but even back in 2014, I thought there was a dip in audio quality for that specific recording of Arbiter. Like, just listen to it. I might just be crazy, okay? But there surely are some 400 something. Surely there's some audio files watching that actually do like proper sound design, and they can tell me if I'm crazy or not. But I think there's a dip in audio quality for that specific line. Hang on.
This thing is right. Halo is a weapon. Your prophets are making
Now listen.
a big mistake.
Your ignorance already destroyed one of the sacred rings, demon. It shall not harm another. If you will
It's fuzzier sounding, right? Am I crazy, or does it sound slightly lower quality than the rest of the voices? Oh. I just played that cutscene. And it's like, listen to that. And it's like nothing. You can't hear anything. Because I didn't turn the volume up. Okay, guys, be careful. It's going to be a little bit loud. I'll make sure it's not that loud.
Your prophets are making a big mistake.
Your ignorance already destroyed one of the sacred rings, demon. It shall not harm another. If you will not hear the truth.
Am I crazy, or is that voice line slightly lower quality than the rest? Like, you can hear fuzz. I am literally an audio engineer. Perfect. Perfect. I'd go for a completely different look for the Gravemind. No talking head, but rather walls and columns of fungi covered in the faces of the collective hosts the flood absorbed, all speaking in unison. Well, that's sort of the vibe that they went with Halo 3. They had like concept art of Halo 3, but what they eventually kind of settled on was the idea that everything is the Gravemind. Everything of the flood is the Gravemind. Like, all of the creatures it's infected, the walls, the floors, the ceilings, like anywhere where there's flood, the Gravemind can speak through that. And if I remember right, in the original storyboard, we're getting goofy, guys. Sorry, not this one. Not this storyboard, where Arbiter discovers that the Forerunner gods he worshipped were the very creatures his covenant waged war against. I'm being silly, okay. Don't take that. I'm being provocative. Okay, it's all right. The original idea, if I remember right, from like the storyboards and some of the notes and stuff, was that this isn't literal. Like, hi, I'm the Gravemind. This is my body. This is what I look like. It's more that the Flood needed to speak to Master Chief and Arbiter, so this freaking mouth grew out of the biomass. Like, now we can talk because the Flood has formed a mouth. Like, the Gravemind doesn't need to be a giant talking plant, you know? It can just kind of like form from biomass. But that being said, plans were constantly changing. Halo fan has lost the plot. Yeah, basically. You're crazy. Like, you should be in an asylum right now. Like, they're carrying me away. It's like, no, you don't understand. The Chinese version of Halo 2 Anniversary is really good. Stop, unhand me. They made the Gravemind bleed. That's not right. That's not what the Flood is like. Lowered crosshairs give a more cinematic presentation. Yes. Yeah, so campaign evolved. It's check lock. Oh man, it's so I do hope that they eventually change the models, but even if they don't do it, I'm happy that open image in new tab. There we go. I'm happy that the infinite assets are so inspired by Combat Evolved. Because I mean, look at the pose on that mouth. Look at that pose. That's Combat Evolved, man. They're good-looking assets in Halo Infinite. They're not Combat Evolved assets, you know, because they are pulling inspiration from Halo 1, but they are, you know, that's what a banished elite miner looks like. And it is disappointing that they're using banished as the Covenant. Because I would like something that fits Halo 1 a bit better. But even if they never ended up changing them, it's like, you know what? At least it's better than Halo 2 Anniversary or Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary. Because at least Halo Infinite, you know, kind of looks like Halo 1. God, I need someone to animate LNG saying this stuff, please. Hey, if anyone ever does, make sure to tag me in it. Search up the Rachni Queen cutscene from Halo 3 or Mass Effect 3 for reference. I'd even have it speak through Captain Keyes' face specifically to taunt Chief. Well, Captain Keyes' face has been punched in. You know, starting with Combat Evolved. Unless you mean like the Gravemind brings back the faces of those it's like consumed. Which that could be fun. If they don't, I can live with the infinite models over the Reach ones the Anniversary had. Yep. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling as well. God, speaking of models, I need to get Smash Bros. Chief working. So that I can do that. I'm hoping they're placeholders. Yeah, me too. Should have used Halo 5 assets instead. Is that you're being funny. You're trying to bait me, aren't you? What's your favorite elites? Mine are the Halo 3 ones. I really freaking like the Halo 2 ones. Like a lot. Halo Infinite's elites are really up there as well. But, oh man, I love the look of the Halo 2 ones. Like the classics, not the anniversary. Not the... I don't like that they look like they have hats. Like, look at that. Look at the way it slouches downward and kind of complements the curve of their face. This guy looks like he's wearing a backwards baseball cap. I freaking love the look of the Halo 2 here. Open in new... No, not link. Open image. Like, that is such a damn powerful stance. Look at how broad his chest is. I freaking love the look of the Halo 2 elites. They look so badass. And these guys are pretty damn cool, too. Halo 3 elites. Halo 3 elites are a little bit plushy. You know, they're kind of a little bit chubby. They had too many cheeseburgers. But I still like them. I like their helmets a lot. Their helmets look super badass in Halo 3. Like, really, really like that helmet. Even if they have a couple of cheeseburgers. And they forgot to walk it off. Reach ones are okay. I mean, they're good. They're good. Don't get me wrong. They're good. Just not my favorite, I guess, of the Bungie ones. Halo 4 ones, I don't like the look of the miner. I don't like the look of the miner. It makes the head look a little bit too fat, and the face is... They tried taking the Bungie style elite and they tried making the face extremely realistic and detailed. And I think it makes the elites like gross. Like they're really hard to look at. Which, you know, I guess was kind of the point, but it's just like it's like a nasty, ugly looking face. Yeah, just was never a fan of this look for the elites. They really went into that like sci-fi realistic look for them. Like you can see how muscular a creature like that would probably look in real life, you know? But I don't really want like a realistic elite. Yeah, let me go back. I just want this guy. I want the raw. Yeah, he's got like pool noodles for fingers. He's just like a silly looking dude. Absolutely. I wish we actually got to fight the Gravemind in Halo 3 and have a boss fight. I don't mind the assets, but I do wish we got more in CE. But if we don't, I think it's fine. Also, hi Taras, how we doing? We are doing pretty well, blind psychopath. In fact, actually, unfortunately, I was about to hop off because it's midnight. Got to take my pumpkin patch to pee. Did you know Cortana blew up the Hezros and all Halo 4 elites when it stink? I think you're lying. Yeah, I think you're lying. I am the bear. I am the bear. Ha 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 ha. Well, absolutely. That's my impression of a combat evolved elite. And those are also combat evolved elites dying. All right, guys, that is probably where we can end it. Because things are getting very silly now. Now we're not even talking about Halo. We're just chatting. Well, no, we are talking about Halo. We're just not chatting about, you know, the important one. But this has been a almost 5-hour stream. Holy moly! So hopefully there's a lot of entertainment value here, like a fun VOD to look back on a lot of silly moments of being silly guys. Yeah. I shall catch you guys later. This was a lot of fun. Gonna go hop in the shower. Gonna go do a pee. Gonna make sure my dog pees. What do you do for a living? I am a professor.